There it goes. It finally did. Nope, now it's coming back up.
He might be able to promote us too. Okay, can you promote us to panelist?
Yeah, I'll hit the pound again. It went away. But it keeps popping up. Well, now it's not popping up. See what happens.
Now let's see if he can get us. Says enter man email and name. Look. Says after a moment, prompt will appear. Click join as panelist. I don't know if that's on computer on there. They might have to promote us.
Well, I hit it and it popped up the second time. And now I hit it again and it disappeared. So I don't know if we're a panelist or not.
So is your microphone muted, right? Okay.
Yep. Well, let's see.
Well, as long as you can unmute and
Okay, we will stand up and I'm calling the meeting to order. We'll have a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first of all, on the agenda is the approval of the commission expenses. Are there any questions or would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the commission expenses.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, we'll go on with the commission reports. I'm going to change it up and Commissioner Siebel, do you want to start?
Thanks, Trick. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been obviously been a busy spring in Region 5 so far. Just had a big update from the region. Lots of counting going on, about halfway done with all of our big game counting. Things are going well. A lot of sage grouse out in our area as well. The good news was the snow. We got lots of snow in Region 5, so it's fantastic news. Bad news is, of course, it slows a lot of things down, a lot of counts down. So, but we're really excited. We're everyone keep praying for me because it's working. We're starting to see some, at least in our part of the state, which is a real blessing. It's going to be good. Hopefully, it'll come slowly out of the mountains. Some of the other bigger things that are happening in Region 5, the Lakemo Project, which was a huge project, is nearing completion. In Reservoir work's done. The water is coming back in now, but they're still working above the water line and getting that stuff done. Probably going to be into the middle of summer before they get everything done around the shore, but it's going to be it's a real asset to Billings and a real asset to Region 5, especially with the Region 5 headquarters sitting right there on the shore. So that's going to be a great recreational area really within the city limits of Billings. So excited about that. And then the rest, just lots of fish surveys were happening before. Lots of counts. Working on the big Snowy Mountain Wildlife Management Area that EA is out for comment through the end of this month. So I encourage everyone, and I know we've already gotten some comments on that, to take a look at that and look at the proposal for that. That's a pretty big wildlife management area and a big deal on the south side of the Snowies. And then the rest, of course, we're starting to see bear and a lot of bear activity along the Beartooth in Region 5 and all along the mountain front there. Starting to see some of those conflicts, and so a lot of education going on. And so just warn the public the bears are out and they're up and they're hungry. So keep your vigilance. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Walsh.
Good morning. I'm happy to report that we've made good progress with the Madison River Work Group since I last saw all of you. We've had 2 meetings, and then we've also created subgroups to work on specific topics. And those folks have really been putting in the hours on coming up with solutions for the Madison. I'm highly optimistic that we'll have a plan by the June or August meeting and be ready to implement portions of the plan by 1/1/23. I just want to remind everyone that the work group is really intended to kind of roll up our sleeves and come up with recommendations for the commission to consider, but the intent has not been to have big public hearings at the work group level. And our intent really has been to have public get full exposure to and transparency to what we're working on at the commission meetings when we bring forth the proposals. And I fully expect the commission to have a robust dialogue about those recommendations and that the public will be able to comment on whatever comes out of that. It will be, from my perspective, absolutely critical to get public involvement prior to the final vote on any of these changes, given the importance of the Madison to so many people in our state. A report from the Region 4 office. On the wildlife side, several regional staff assisted the Blackfeet tribe to trap and collar over 75 cow elk for a large movement study for the Tribal Wildlife Division's in university study. All of these activities were done while temperatures were 10 to 30 below zero. So thanks to the staff for that. The wildlife surveys on elk and deer are mostly complete. Most elk surveys show a slight increase in numbers overall. Mule deer numbers are steady, but still low compared to historical averages. Sage grouse surveys are just starting, and sharp-tailed grouse survey and trapping is starting for relocation. Grizzly bears have emerged in Region 4 from dens in early March, and observations along the Rocky Mountain front are being reported with, I think, last week, one bear walking down the main street of downtown Augusta. On the Parks and Recreation side, successful applicants for the Smith River are finding flows too low to float. And April cancellations right now are running at an all-time high. Recent snow help, but may not have great effects for the summer float on the Smith. On the fisheries side, the staff working on updating the statewide fisheries management plan. I'm excited to see that overall. And then I have a couple of special shout outs for staff in Region 4. First, I want to thank John Taley, the Regional Park and Recreation Manager, for his work on the reorganization process and for all the work he, along with the Park and Rec staff and the Helena staff, have put into the Smith River Management Plan update and the Biennial Rules review. I also want to thank Derek Miller, the new Regional Maintenance Supervisor, for putting the maintenance crew together and all the work to get plans and direction on the regional program put together. Special thanks to all in Region 4, in the Region 4 wildlife staff for their endless hours on wildlife survey work that's been going on. That's my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Walsh. Commissioner Byers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, today, I don't see them yet, but we're expecting two different school groups from Region 3. One will be Jefferson High School, who will stop by, and I believe Peaks Potentials from Bozeman will be on Zoom at some point. And I just wanted to welcome them and thank them for participating in their government. Second, I wanted to welcome our new Region 3 Wildlife Manager, Warren Hanson, who actually grew up in the Flathead, spent his career mostly up in Alaska as far north as Nome, and is now moving to Bozeman with his family, and we're excited to have him. Most of the other work I did, I attended a Madison work group meeting and echo Commissioner Walsh's optimism that things are taking shape there. Lions was probably the most time-consuming issue over time. I attended quite a few meetings with regional staff and houndsmen and women from across the area. I think many of the concerns expressed have been addressed to this point, although the theme that I kept hearing from the region was that Region 3 had dialed in the biology and the harvest, and they were concerned that the houndsmen were really focused on the health of the populations, which was gratifying, of course. But they were also worried that, you know, what this would mean for the fairly stable and consistent management of lions down in Region 3. I think we'll address those today, but also the quotas in the future. So I think there's still plenty of time to alleviate those concerns. With that, I think I'll end it there, other than agreeing that suburban bears are back and get the bird feeders and garbage inside. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Waller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had a lot of meetings since our last meeting here with a lot of the local groups of Region 2 regarding the current issues that are on the docket today. And, you know, Region 2 public land hunters are very, very involved, very passionate, and very knowledgeable. And it's been fun talking with them just about where they see Region 2's current wildlife numbers. But had a meeting last week with the regional office. And again, I'm going to echo the bears are out theme. Bears are a big issue in Region 2. A lot of problematic bears, no conflicts to report yet, but definitely getting the message out there to be really aware of not only just around their homes, garbage bird feeders, but when you're out hiking, there's a lot more grizzly sightings in Region 2 than ever before. And just say, echo the be safe, everybody. I've talked to Pat, the fisheries manager, and they're keeping a close eye on things. Obviously, this last week has not been much fun for the new turkey hunters and bear hunters, but good news is lots of snow, lots of rain. In terms of the rivers, the Bitterroot is at, as of last week, at about 89% of normal. Blackfoot about the same. Clark Fork, mid 80s. And again, I was reminded by Pat that snowfall and snowpack has a lot to do with it, but he was explaining to me about the cold temperatures that we've had and the really cold nights, and how really that's great because a lot of that depends on how fast that flow comes off. So they're keeping a close eye on that. Lot of meetings about the lions and what a new management plan will look like. Obviously, lions are very, very big on everybody's brains in Region 2. I talked a lot about it with Liz and Randy, Liz being the former biologist, but now our new Region 2 wildlife manager. So congrats again to her for that. But what their concerns were that the Missoula management area remains intact, what it would look like in terms of clustering the lion management units. And I will echo what Commissioner Biles said, is there was a lot of concern in the beginning. And I feel like with all the meetings that everybody has had, they've really come to a good understanding of what these new changes we're going to talk about today look like. They had 3 staff vacancies for wildlife biologists, but they're well underway of filling those. And I also got to meet the 2 new game wardens for Region 2, Ezra and Sarah, who are going to be working in the Phillipsburg and Anaconda areas. So they were great people and excited to have them on board.
Thank you. Commissioner Tabor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So in Region 1, just wrapped up a CAC meeting this week, and what's next is one last meeting in June. Probably the most significant news, which is difficult news, I'm sure, for the director and everyone else, is that Jim Williams has accepted a position and he's moving on. For those that don't know about Jim, he was the manager of Region 1 for 12 years. Prior to that, he was the wildlife manager. When I first met Jim, he was just a biologist. And so I've watched his career grow throughout. He's made an incredible impact on not only the region, but the state. I don't think there's much you can look at in the way of lions and the history of lions in this state where it doesn't have Jim's influence on it and his expertise. So he's going to be a resource that's greatly missed. I want to shout out to him personally that he's been phenomenal as a regional manager, helping me as a brand new commissioner. I'd also like to shout out to Neil and his team. They were amazing during this lion situation. Change is difficult for anyone, but they really put their minds to it and started really thinking through the solution and worked hard at it. And so, I'm excited about it later today because it really is the way the process should work, which is everybody feeding in, interchange back and forth, people getting involved, and then coming up with what appears to be a rock solid solution. So thanks to Neil and his crew out there in Region 1.
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to start out with in Region 6, we had an award given out to Howard Pippin from SACO for 55 years of hunter education. And I just want to congratulate Howard and thank him for his service. That's amazing. So Tim Potter has been hired as the new regional recreation manager. His focus will be on access and recreation at the FWP sites, as well as private land access programs. And Region 6 is looking to fill his position, access manager position soon. Small mammal trapping has resumed and is ongoing related to the bovine tuberculosis detection in a cattle herd in Blaine County. Spring green up surveys for deer and sage grouse are being conducted. So far, the mule deer numbers continue to look strong. Snow and weather have hampered some sage grouse survey efforts. The Fort Peck walleye spawn has had a slower than normal start, mostly due to inclement weather and cold water temperatures. Once a warm spell persists, things will happen fast. And staff have confirmed several winter kill ponds in addition to several summer kill ponds. Staff will continue to evaluate how water conditions will need to improve before any fish stocking occurs. I know in our area, there's a lot of reservoirs that have never been dry before that are dry this year. New signs are being installed at Region 6 at the WMAs to better assist the public with wayfinding and understanding recreational opportunities at our sites. And block management agreements are being prepared, and soon staff will be making important landowner contacts to help create another year of access opportunities. And that about wraps up Region 6. Commissioner Lane in Region 7 wasn't able to attend today due to the inclement weather that they had in that area, and still trying to get things back to normal. So he may join us off and on today through Zoom, but we wish him the best. And we will, Director, if you'd like to do your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, good morning, everyone. And I just want to relay that I really appreciate listening to the commissioners give detailed reports from each one of the regions. That's really helpful. I think you all do a great job on that. So thank you very much for that. I'd like to talk about, we've got the Elk Working Group come together. They've had a couple meetings so far. They're starting to gel. I think that's going to be a good process out of that. We also have the PLPW working. I've asked them to do a focus on the 454 agreements and work with that. So if we hear people that have ideas about how 454 should change, have them contact the PLPW. We're going to work through it that way. You're probably well aware we had a drawing. We had an issue with the drawings this year. What had happened is we went from an old system to a new system. The old system, we weren't able to stop somebody from putting in for a second and third choice. And then we went to so they put their choices in, and then the commission had changed some of those districts to first and only. And what had happened is when we did the drawing, the new system did what it was supposed to do and removed anybody that put in additional choices. So we looked at that, and it wasn't really clear in the regulations. So I consider that a third-party error. And we are right now in the middle of fixing those. We're going to go through it. 4 of the districts were what we consider surplus, so they were undersubscribed. So those people will just automatically get one. And then we had the other 6 that we're doing a mini drawings for them, and we're going to go 10% above the quota. We can do that under rule. So we're in the process of doing that right now. So we'll give everybody a decent shot at it, and this should not happen next year at all. So if that's all that happened out of this drawing with changing over with all the major changes we had, I'm really pleased with it. So, and we'll make it right by the people. And to your point, Vice Chair, Jim Williams will be sadly missed. He is a good resource, but I think I'm excited for him moving on to something different. And speaking of that, we've got Becky Doctor, who is bailing on us as well. She's going to the city. And I say that with a heavy heart because I've worked with Becky for 20 years, and it's going to be a big void. But we do have Zach, if you wear a tie, Ziffel, here that's going to fill in. And I've worked with Zach for a long, long time too. So I know we'll have good legal advice on that. So I wish nothing but the best for Becky and she moves on. And I think that's about it for me.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could offer, thank you, Chair, for the record, Quentin Kujla. And just a real quick general oversight. So the executive planning process ultimately leading to budget proposals for the agencies in concert with the governor's office for the 2023 legislative session has begun. And part of that process is internally for the agencies, in this case, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, to identify and work with priorities to frame those budget requests around and process. That part of that process includes bringing those objectives and goals to the authority bodies that for the Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, or the Parks Board, and the Fish and Wildlife Commission. Parks Board has already seen these objectives and goals, and we are now bringing it to the Commission. So with that, again, very brief introduction, I turn to Zach with your tolerance chair. Zach Zippo will help us understand. There's a couple of authorities that are coming to bear here, and he'll help us understand how that all comes together.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, thank you, Quentin. Just to paint in a little bit more detail in there, the actual statutory authority for the commission as well as the board is to review and approve the budget. That there's not a lot of guidance in exactly what that means. And so the way the department has traditionally implemented that statutory obligation is to bring priorities to the commission and to the board so that you can identify where the department is focusing its efforts. And part of the reason that it's a priority-based approach here is because there are a number of other competing statutory and even constitutional obligations for departments that dictate timeline and when those budgets have to be submitted. It's ultimately the administration's budget that will go to the legislature. And so what the department has looked to the commission and the board to do is essentially approve those priorities, and so that doesn't, there's a role as designed by statute for the commission and the board, but there's also we can keep this moving in accordance with those other statutory obligations.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, I just had one. I recall a meeting back when we were contemplating black bear and had asked if the department would consider allocating some funds for black bear research, trying to get to a new black bear methodology. And so, and just looking at the stewardship objectives, I see the list of items there. I don't see mention of the black bear research. And I'm wondering if the department can consider that in their budget process.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, yes is the answer to that question. And the Black Bear Project is in the conversation, in the planning, in the priorities established so far. I say that just to make room for subsequent decisions, but as of right now, that is in the mix. Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Commissioner Walsh?
Just an observation for those of us in the private sector, retaining our workforce right now in this inflationary environment has become a big issue, and just encourage the department to have a good look at compensation across the board and create realistic expectations about what you're going to need to pay people to retain them.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, I actually met with the governor yesterday and discussed that. They're looking at statewide what we can do for compensation throughout the agencies, trying to do this and adjust to what the demands are going to be in the future. So we're working on that right now.
Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I guess just having been the first time through this process, what are the expectations? What do you want from the commission as far as what would be best for the department as far as input from the commission on this process?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, I believe just the approval that we're going to go forward, that our objectives are good and they're in line with what you're doing and asking the questions like Vice Chair Tabor said to make sure we cover things. So it's kind of, we're making sausage right now with this thing and putting everything together. We've talked to all of the different divisions, got their priorities, got everything set and trying to put everything within these goals.
Follow up, please.
Go ahead.
I guess just with that specific, the amount of information we were giving was pretty light, and obviously the objectives, but looking at like the expenditures and the general fund balance, there were some large expenditures in future years, 25 million more than previous. And I guess I was curious what those were, how, and understanding this cycle is for the future, quite a few years out, but can you talk more about that and what some of these large expenditures are? Because I guess I'm not normally used to being asked to approve a budget with, or without information or more information on what the dollars are being used for. And I don't think the commission want us involved in the sausage making part. So just some general comments on the charts that were provided to us would be great, especially with regards to expenditures. Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, we don't have the person with the greatest command of those details available today. We can certainly work to bring that to the commission at a later point in time. We can also communicate to your specific question an answer to all of the commission, hopefully by end of the meeting today. specific to the large expenditures you see looming or coming down the road. We can certainly get that answer today. I apologize, Chair, Commissioner Sebo. I've learned to hesitate to speak to those details.
Commissioner, see one more.
I was just going to ask you to entertain a motion.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission approve Fish, Wildlife and Parks proposed budget for the 2023 legislative session as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Yes, I have
Okay,
one.
Go ahead.
I'd just like one other thing, and it's probably inclusive and it may not be within our authority. It may be Parks and Rec, but under the recreation objectives, I would like to make sure that there is some budgetary dollars set aside for that concept of an ambassador program at the FASs. I think that's an excellent program and we should set dollars aside for that.
Any further comment? Go Commissioner Walsh.
I just have one. I was really delighted to see the customer service objective as a top priority for the future, and would just encourage the staff and director to add a sub bullet on improved communications to and public outreach.
Any further comments? Okay, there's no public comment on this, so all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. This is a different one. This is older.
Yeah, Jefferson.
Do you want to welcome him?
Sure. Madam Chair, I think we have Jefferson High School arriving. I just want to make sure you feel welcome, and please feel free to participate fully in the meeting. And thanks for taking the time to get over here.
Thank you. All right, I was looking to see where you were. Okay, go ahead. Becky is going to give us an update or an informational update on Crossbows. So thank you.
Actually, I would like to invite the Quinn Kuka to the podium, Chair Robinson, with your approval. She's the one, along with John Paveo, who is a state ADA coordinator with the state of Montana, that have been working on and gathering the information for Crossbows for your use. And all of the information that was forwarded to you prior to this meeting was collected both by Quinn Kuka, who is the tribal liaison and diversity coordinator for Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and then John Paveo, who is the state ADA coordinator, and will be giving the presentation and here for your questions. They are the most knowledgeable on this, and so please feel free to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warsek, I'm Quinn Kuka. I was tasked with the crossbow use during archery season, like Becky said. I interviewed a few people: Idaho Chief of Enforcement, Washington ADA Coordinator, the President of the Bow Hunters Association, Steve LePage, Marlon Clapham of Stevensville. He works on permits to modify the archery equipment, or he works on the modifications if they receive a permit. And then the plaintiffs of one-on-one before they went into litigation. And we chose to pick states surrounding Montana and those similar in resources. Washington had an ADA coordinator about 25 years ago that took preventative measures and took a packet to the Washington Commission and suggested that crossbows be legalized before they went into a litigation or for liability. They did that also to meet the requirements of the ADA Act and the federal requirements. So they legalized them, but are currently being sued now for not meeting the needs of the disabled. They want to use airsoft bows. And so then they created, what they want to do is go backwards and have a permit to modify their archery equipment similar to what ours is. And so they're having a hard time going backwards to get that. Idaho has used crossbows for 20 years. They used to have a permit where you needed to have a loss of limb, but they felt that that was a little extreme. So they created what is similar to an arm rule, and you could show your disability. What they found out too was there was some inconsistencies because they would interview each disabled person one-on-one and they weren't being consistent. And then that led to some lack of or loss of trust. They did say there was some abuse with the permits being signed by doctors and that there was, the average abuse of using the permit to gain access to crossbows. We were praised by the president of the Bow Hunters Association of how our permit to modify, he says that we're used by other states. They ask us to modify their bows. Our permit, once received, there's an individual in Stevensville named Marlon who will work. He said he has never turned down a person to modify their bow. And they pay for the modification of the bow. We also, we as an FWP have a permit that's working well to modify. And so anyone isn't turned down when they're given a permit by the Marlin. So then when I asked, well, what happens if we don't have a Marlin anymore? There is opportunity outside the Bow Hunters Association to get your bow modified, but the Bow Hunters Association says that they have a team actually working on it, that they're committed and they train to do all those modifications on archery equipment. And then also, I during my research, I found that Louisiana is being sued now. They allow crossbows, but they're being sued because they don't allow the airsoft bow.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warsek. My name is John Paveo. I am the State Americans with Disability Act Coordinator and State Equal Opportunity Officer. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here this morning and talk about this subject of crossbows. As Ms. Kuka said, we researched a number of different states around Montana, even as far reaching as Colorado, Wyoming, Idaho, South Dakota, North Dakota. And I also looked at Oregon because Oregon is kind of a little bit interesting in their take on crossbows. Starting with Colorado, one thing we found there is that they've allowed crossbows during the archery season, the general archery season, for a number of years. And like many of the other surrounding states, which also allow it for people with disabilities, they do have a special permit that an individual has to apply for, and they're also required to provide medical documentation to justify the use of a crossbow. And it is reviewed by individuals within the department. I talked with the administrator of licensing down in the state of Colorado. She did inform me that they have allowed crossbows for people with disabilities for a number of years, and it's going to be under review this year. They're actually presenting it to, from what she described to me, the chief of law enforcement and also their chief legal counsel down there. So they believe that some individuals may be taking advantage of it, for basically to give them an opportunity to go out and just be able to hunt with a crossbow. North Dakota, South Dakota, very similar. They've allowed it for years. They do have a special permit that an individual's required to apply for. The permit, again, requires them to provide medical documentation. And like, again, many of the other states that do allow it, it's because of physical impairment to the limbs, the upper body strength, the inability to be able to draw a bow back. These states also allow a draw lock or a crossbow, but they also have to require, or they're required to provide a permit or request a permit. So with those, it varies from state to state as far as the extent of the medical documentation that they require. Some states are really, like the state of Washington that Ms. Kuka described, their permit is pretty extensive. Their medical documentation is also pretty extensive. And the one thing I want to point out as a state ADA coordinator is, for an individual to be able to request a modification, they have to be able to establish that they do in fact have a disability that would limit their ability to participate in this particular program, which is bow hunting. So that's the extent of the permit, and also the medical documentation to show that they do in fact have a disability, they are impaired, and they're unable to pull a bow back or use other devices. a couple of states, it was interesting. I think Colorado was one of them. Colorado also had a special permit for magnified scopes on the crossbows. So not only did you have to apply for a crossbow, you also had to apply for magnification above and beyond. I think it was 1 power. I think it was possibly up to 4 power. And there was another state, it may have been Idaho, that also had the same requirement. So all the permits, the applications to apply are readily available on each of the state's websites, along with the requirements. They are all established by statute and rules. And the one thing I want to point out too is there's 2 states that are very unique is Wyoming. Wyoming has allowed crossbows during the general archery season for anyone for quite a few years. I wasn't able to actually get a date or a year when they were actually allowed to use crossbows during the general archery season. And the reason for that is the people that work there said, you know, it's been in place. I've been here 20 years and they've allowed it for 20 years. So it's been in place for quite a few years, to the point where just recently, back in 2017, 2018, they did a special study on new technology in hunting. And those included things like, you know, game cameras. We all know that there's new technology there that pops right up on your cell phone when something triggers the camera, long range rifles, smart rifles, and also the use of compounds and special equipment on compounds, and then also crossbows. And overwhelmingly, Wyoming residents were in favor of maintaining crossbows, and the commission went ahead and said, you know, we're going to continue to allow crossbows. The state overall, hunters overall, are in favor of it. The one state that is, again, unique is Oregon, that does not allow crossbows. Through the research that I've done, at least, there's been a lot of discussion on it, but they don't allow crossbows for any season, not even during the rifle season. So they've pretty much put a stop on, well, not a stop, but a prohibition on the use of crossbows for any season. But again, that's been under review as far as recent as I think last year. And I wasn't able to find anything on whether or not it was approved for this season or not. But all indications are is if it is, it's going to be very limited. So again, we've done a lot of research. We just looked at each and every one of the states. And again, the permits, as I said, vary from state to state. The disability medical documentation required, again, with Washington being the most comprehensive. I think South Dakota and North Dakota, again, ask for medical documentation, but not to the extent as a couple of the other states. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? All right. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I was really curious. I read your report about, especially about Wyoming. Did you have any chance to talk to Wyoming or any of the associations in Wyoming? I'm curious. We have a very passionate association and group of hunters in Montana. I'm curious why it's so different in Wyoming, or if you talked to bow hunters or whoever down there.
We didn't actually talk to any bow hunters down there. I spoke with a biologist that responded to my inquiry, and he was able to share some statistics with me on the number of archery hunters and the harvest over the last several years. I do have that information available. And the same for North Dakota, South Dakota. They did provide some statistics on the number of bow hunters. They also provided the number of individuals that were authorized to use a crossbow through the use of a permit. And in both of those states, North Dakota, South Dakota, it was about 3 to 4% of all bow hunters that used a crossbow. Some of the other states just couldn't give me accurate numbers or good numbers on, like, for example, Wyoming, although they've allowed it for years, they combine crossbow hunters with all bow hunters. So there's no statistics to say how many people actually use crossbows and how many use traditional or compound. And the same for some of the other states. They couldn't give us any harvest data on the number of people that harvested animals with a crossbow, or even a breakout of how many, you know, bow hunters versus archery hunters in general. So thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions?
I would like to thank you guys for all the information that you've gathered for us. We appreciate that. Okay, and I just want to remind everybody that that was informational only, so there is no action and no public comment on it. So our next item will be contractual elk public access agreements, 454s by Ms. Doctor. Thank you.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, I'm going to take my opportunity to stand at the podium, perhaps for the last time, but I will say there may be times when I'm back just to testify in front of you. I won't be able to say, though, that I'm chief legal counsel, so I will say right now for the last time in front of the commission, I serve as chief legal counsel for the department, and Becky Doctor is my name. As you know, Montana code allows for an opportunity for a landowner to get a license or a permit in exchange for an agreement that allows statutorily required public access on the property. These are commonly known as 454 agreements. And in the past, this commission has approved 2 or 3 of them. And I mean, over the course of perhaps a decade. In the last year, as you know, there were several more than that. And these agreements provided access to 350 plus Montana residents for hunting opportunities that didn't exist prior to that. Because we anticipate, though we don't know how that will continue into the next years, we anticipate that it will. The department has before you a proposal for an annual rule to replace the administrative rule on process for the 454 agreements. This, as you can see in the language before you, there isn't too much in that language, but in particular, it provides a few things in a nutshell. First, it provides that the department form must be used. It also requires complete applications that can be rejected if they are not complete. It provides a deadline of May 15th each year. And it provides that this biennial rule that you would adopt here today supersedes Montana Administrative Rule 12.9.908, all of which are in your packet. So with that, I will take any questions. I will also defer to Quentin if there are any questions for Quentin on the department's criteria that we kind of had a preview of yesterday at the work session. But I'm here to answer any questions and would ask your approval.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Walsh?
I just share again the concern I have about timing on this. I think it's fine for future years, but it's April 19th and we've got a deadline here postmarked by May 15. And after our work group session last night, I called a large manager of a large ranch that I know in Southwest Montana and asked him what he knew about the 454 program. And this is an individual who's had a really difficult experience with block management, which I can share at a later time, but where they're going off block management, but completely unaware of this program. And I think Commissioner Siebel and I've discussed this, that we know other large ranch owners who would probably participate in this program, but there's a lack of awareness. Today's meeting may help, but I just have some concerns about this short timeline for 2022 if our intent is to grow this program and create more opportunities for Montana residents to hunt elk under this program.
Mr. Kujala, would you mind speaking to that?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, yes, thank you. Understood the concern, and I'd start again with the assumption that not all were attending the work session yesterday. We'll clarify the start and stop dates that are currently in the proposal, start of April 15th, end of May 15th. And the start of April 15th gives room for the department's drawing of commission-approved quotas to take place so that landowners can see the results of that drawing. It's been our experience that landowners, if they're successful in that drawing, they tend not to express interest in 454. If they're unsuccessful in that drawing, they may, it's been our experience that they often come to interest in a 454. And then the May 15th date, the date, Commissioner Walsh, that you're speaking more directly to, we do not knowing I appreciate the sensitivity to crunch of time, shortness of time, not knowing how many agreements may come in and recognizing that there may be proposals under the current proposed timeline, applications under the current proposed timeline would come to the commission at their June 23rd commission meeting. And recognizing that sometime after the June 23rd commission meeting, there may be some drawings required if the number of 454 applications in a particular district exceed 10% of the commission established quota. And so wanting to make room, procedural room for that potential. That's why we came to May 15th. The calendar gets pretty quick if you have a deadline of August 15th to get the permits out, to notify those hunters that have been selected for the access opportunity. And then also in some cases, identifying the specific hunter, as the applications may speak generally to, to public hunters that have this B license, for example. And so making sure we identify that person. And so that being said, that's the rationale for the current window. And I would just close. It certainly is a decision space for the commission here today to adjust any date that you see fit. We would just add that as we make room for the applications to come in, the only pool of time to take from is the process time to get everything processed and out to the hunters and landowners. So that's the back and forth that we balance.
Could you speak a little bit to if there is more requests than could you explain that a little bit more requests than there is available?
Chair Robinson, certainly. Again, with recognizing that we don't know how large how many applications might come in, given the increase we saw last year after the 2021 session changes. And wanting to make sure that we had a consistent reply to the question. So how many additional, and it typically comes down to a conversation of bull permits, how many more bull permits of this type, that is to say valid only on the private property. So they're not a full permit in a manner of speaking. How many more of these can we take? And again, wanting to at least on this front end of our implementation with more interest, have a consistent answer. We've identified 10%, an additional 10% of whatever the commission's quota is. So if the commission's quota for a bull permit drawing in a specific district is 100, that drawing has happened. Now those 100 are out the door. And these are 454 process that we've defined would allow 454 applications to the sum of 10 more bull permits for a landowner valid, or for a group of landowners valid on their private property as identified in the agreement. Again, we think that's, at least initially in a live and learn way, that's certainly a way to approach it consistently. It's also a way, something that we can measure and change over time if need be. We also recognize that the number of 10% is a relative conservative number. Recognizing that those bull permits are, bull harvest obviously has a connection to bull objectives. So wanting to keep all of those things still in good stead. And then also recognizing that the 10% is a number that's already out in the public conversation as it relates to, for example, non-resident opportunity. So it's a familiar number. That being said, if the applications for 454s, let's be specific here, for bull permits in a specific hunting district call for more than that 10%, then what we would do is we would put all of those applications, if they are complete, as Ms. Doctor has identified, in front of the commission, and we would look for the commission to, for those that they approve, we would then take all of them and submit them to a drawing to allocate the 454, to allocate the bull permits for landowners randomly through a drawing for all of those applications. And if there were situations where perhaps one application looks for multiple bull permits and another application in that same district looks for one bull permit, the way we would run that drawing is we would go through and all of the applicants get one bull permit before any of the applicants get a second bull permit for their agreement. That's how we would run that. So, Madam Chair, I'll stop there. I'm certainly happy to have any follow-up questions.
Commissioner Tabor?
I think I heard the chair's question a little differently. Do we know how many applications we think we're going to get this year?
I'm sorry if I missed a question, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor. We do not. We do not. And that uncertainty is again, one of the reasons you see the timeline that you do.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
So what I'm thinking, just because of what Commissioner Walsh was saying, is kind of a one-time deal of knowing we're going to put a crunch on you, but it's a new program. We're all solidly behind it. Maybe go June 1 this year and then cycle back into a May 15th from that point onward. Is that something that you think the department could accommodate one time only?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor. Yeah, we think that sort of, we're certainly happy to work with that. We see that as a 2-week, I read that as a 2-week extension. And it takes 2 weeks from the other end, but everybody's trying it for the first time, in a manner of speaking. So we're happy to hear that edit, look for that edit to be captured if that's what the commission wants to move. And we'll do our best to make sure that the outputs reach the landowners and the hunters by August 15th.
Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, Madam Chair. One point of clarification too, I agree with you, Commissioner Walsh, as proven public relations and getting the word out. So we were actually waiting until this meeting to see if there was going to be any date changes. Now we'll do a full court press with Facebook, everything else we can do with the agency on our webpage to say these are available, put some press releases out, do things like that to try to get within that time as many people as we can.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate a comment I made in the work session yesterday that I appreciate the fact that, number one, it was a little chaotic last year as we increased. So I really support the idea of having the deadline and being able to do this in an orderly fashion before the season. And I will support the June 1st, if that's a good date on the calendar, by the way. We want to make sure about that, but I will support that extension. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I guess I just want to say again that in order for the 454 tags to be an effective tool, which, part of it obviously is elk management, as Commissioner Byerth pointed out yesterday. And also, I'm looking at 454s as well as a way for the public to get quality access to quality places. So I would just ask the commission, as I did yesterday, to consider a qualitative approach in the future when we get into competitive situations in areas that have more limited tags, to look at the experiences of hunters that have been there, and also figure out a way to, try to grant the tags to the places that will offer the most opportunity and the best experience. I realize it's subjective, but I think that's something that as we get more information on this and get some of the feedback from this year's participants, that we'll have, that'll be great information. So I just want to make that suggestion. Thank you.
Commissioner Byerth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Siebel alluded to, is that the statute is pretty clear. The language is clear in 2 places. The first place is, and I'll just read it, 87-513, either sex or antlerless elk permit. 1, for wildlife management purposes. That's a key. This is not an access program. This is to manage wildlife on private land that is not accessible. This is not a substitute for block management. And if we adopt a qualitative approach, I think that is one of the criterion that should be addressed. Is this a substitution for block management? Because these are highly restrictive. They're restrictive to a very small geographic area. They're also restrictive in the sense that a third of the public hunting opportunity for cows is going to be regulated by the ranch owner. So they can, it's not whoever signs up for block management or whoever gets there in time. It's very exclusive. And so this program by its nature is not intended to be a substitute for block management. And if it starts to cost us block management access, we need to take a very serious look at that. The second thing is that the statute is also pretty clear that this is not mandatory. The legislature put in the words may, not shall. I think there's great potentiality. And I think there's a great improvements in the process as we requested. But we don't have much information right now. I think the EQC got a report. I haven't had full access to that. But I think that the commission needs to be able to see the results of last year before we can make some judgments on qualitative selection. I think the process as laid out addresses much of my concern, but I just wanted to make sure we all were on the same page, that this is not a substitute for block management and just a way to lead us down the primrose path of landowner tags that can be bought and sold.
Chair Robinson, may I address some of that?
Yes,
just to
please.
make sure that it's understand what we're asking for here. Commissioner Byorth is speaking to criteria that the department can use for prioritizing who gets the permits and the licenses. And that is in statute, a department authority. The authority for the commission, though, I guess kind of going hand in hand, is to approve the issuances of the license and the permit. So if, as Commissioner Byorth is identifying, there are some that you would not approve because for whatever reason, you do have the ability not to approve those license and permits issuances. The reason I bring this up is because the criteria that Commissioner Byorth is speaking to are things that the department is looking at. This 10%, and then separately, you heard Director Warsick talk about the PLPW group, Public Lands, Public Wildlife group that's been pulled together that's focusing on 454 agreements. So today before you, it's pretty simple what we're asking, and that is just those criteria for applying to the commission to be considered for a permit and a license. And what we bring to you, by we, I mean the department, what we bring to you will go through, I guess, the criteria that Mr. Kujala spoke to, and you can decide to approve or not approve those license and permits. I bring that before you because I think it's important to be clear what we're asking you to do today. And there is language in your packet. There's language on the table here for anyone else who wants to see, but it's pretty clearly just those four, just a few things. And that's a deadline. That's, you can reject it if the deadline isn't met. There's a form for applying, and that the administrative rules on the books right now are superseded by this rule. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a comment and then a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Relative to what Commissioner Byorth said, and I think they were interesting comments, but I believe I heard yesterday in the working session pretty clearly that access is management and gaining access on a lot of these areas that heretofore we haven't been able to get access will be part and parcel part of our overall management program. So I think that's one of the reasons behind 454. So for that reason, I'm going to move that the commission adopt the biennial rule requiring all completed applications for contractual elk public access permits to be postmarked on or before June 1st, 2022 and May 15th thereafter, and any applications postmarked after June 1st will not be eligible for approval by the commission in 2022, and any applications postmarked after May 15th, 2023 and thereafter will not be approved by the commission.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion before I go up for public comment? All right, we will start with anyone present who would like to make public comment. I just want to remind you that we're limiting the comments to 2 minutes throughout the day.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the commission. It's really good to see all of you. Glad you all could make it. I know the roads aren't great, so appreciate the sacrifice to be here. My name is Marcus Strange, spelled M-A-R-C-U-S, S-T-R-A-N-G for the record. Today, I'm here representing the Montana Citizens Elk Management Coalition. And as a member of that coalition, I'm honored to be able to bring their comments to you. I appreciate Commissioner Byorth and Commissioner Siebel saving me some time. Their comments reflect some of the concerns that we had, and I just want to acknowledge and thank them for their comments. We are pleased to see the director's office recognize that the previous process caused a lot of issues in the public perception relative to how these agreements were pulled together. While the proposed biennial ARM rule sets a solid date of May 15th for the application, we believe that there are some missed opportunities to make this process even better moving forward. One example of our concerns is the removal of the stipulation in 901.9.908 that the agency negotiate these agreements and not simply discuss them post-submission. Our concern, just to be clear, stems from the fact that these licenses and permits are becoming more popular and not specifically allowing the agency to negotiate these agreements for the best possible wildlife management outcomes seems short-sighted and counter to the statutory goal that this program has relative to wildlife management. We do want to say that we appreciate the statements from the agency relative to adopting the 10% idea that we proposed, but we do not see this contained within the biennial rule changes or the current regulations. The statute relative to landowner license agreements is sufficiently broad for the agency to have included a lot more of the suggestions that we feel and that the public feels would help alleviate the concerns of resident hunters. And while all that being said, we do want to restate our support and appreciation for the work that has gone into this. And we feel that these changes are the right step in a direction of being more transparent and in serving the public better. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters? Okay, is there anyone online who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, first we have William Gear.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I represent Hellgate Hunters and Anglers. We're a sportsman-based rod and gun club, volunteer only in Missoula. We represent about 500 hunters and anglers, and we're generally very supportive of Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We do have a concern about the 454 program elk tags. We know they are extremely valuable contributions to Montana ranchers for our wildlife habitat and public access opportunities. Nevertheless, we recognize and adhere to Montana's longstanding principle that our wildlife are publicly owned resource, one to be managed for the benefit of the public. While the 454 program rightly allows landowners a benefit in return for their contribution to wildlife habitat, the current program needs amendments to encourage equity and responsible management for Montana's big game hunting opportunities. As it stands, the 454 program has no cap on allotted landowner tags. This conflicts with responsible wildlife management, is not considered by the department within the scope of hunting district population objectives and tag quotas. While we appreciate the department has responded to public outcry and has amended their original proposal to better conform to equitable principles central to our Montana hunting heritage, the program still needs to be amended. Our recommendation is that, as mentioned, these tags are not within the hunting district tag quota or the 10% landowner quota therein. We request that the commission amend the deadline to match the general deadline so that these tags are issued concurrently with other tags for the hunting district. Likewise, we request that the 10% of tags reserved for landowners are included within the overall tag unit quota. We are already witnessing declines in the quality of hunting and the elk populations in coveted units like the Missouri Breaks. Biological carrying capacity and science-based management must be the guiding principles of elk management statewide in order to provide Montana hunters with continued opportunities to enjoy quality hunts in these districts.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further commenters?
Madam Chair, next we have Thomas Baumeister.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Thomas Baumeister, B-A-U-M-E-I-S-T-E-R. I'm the volunteer vice chair of the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Less than a month ago, on March 22nd, the department stood before the EQC and discussed the 454 program. It wasn't quite clear whether there would be a process in place at all to avoid a repeat of last year. The department has since stepped up and we now have a process. We really appreciate the leadership by the director. Yet we're in a tough spot. On the one hand, we want to say, good job. On the other, we're confused. It seems to us the department may have gotten the cart before the horse. Montanans were made aware of the 454 rule until the department sent a press release with the details of this rule a week ago, April 12th. There has been no opportunity to accept public comment on this change. The press release made no mention of public comments, but instead stated matter-of-factly that Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks is implementing a new process. The press release went so far as announcing the new cap and the new application period now being open. So here we are, a week later, with the commission set to vote on something that has already started without vetting it with the public first. Of course, this all got more complicated in light of last week's licensing snafu, which the department now uses its discretion to issue another 10% of elk permits over and above existing quotas in 6 highly coveted districts. That plus the 454s presents a situation where we're up to 20% more permits that could be given out this year than what the commission approved. In our view,
your time is up.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Douglas Smith.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I am living in Wilmington, North Carolina. I am a member of Bear Creek Council in Gardner, Montana. My comments today are in regard to the 2022 and 23 wolf hunting season with concerns and requests. The
This item on the agenda, it has to do with elk hunting. Do you have any comments to the motion that's on the table right now?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Sure, I would like to.
We do have a opportunity at the end of the meeting for items that are not on the agenda. If you'd like to speak at that time.
Yes, thank you. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. I'm just going to check one more time in the room if anybody would like to comment. Does the commission have any comments or questions? All right. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Next, we will go to the Parks and Outdoor Recreation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members. For the record, Hope Stockwell, Administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division at Fish, Wildlife and Parks. 2 items in front of you this morning. The first is acceptance of the Poindexter Slough FAS land donation. This was something that we were approached by the landowner, Evelyn Lohman, who's working on consolidating her estate. And she has this small parcel, 0.693 acres, that sits just on the eastern border of our Poindexter Slough. The original map you received in your packet actually was a map of the existing FAS and did not show in the red outline where this addition would be. There was a second map handed out this morning that has the small triangle highlighted in red. So you can see exactly where this is coming in on this eastern side of the FAS. In taking a look at it, it provides us a little bit more access there at the site. It will be easy enough to adjust our fencing boundary. That would be the initial cost, and then the additional weed work that we would do. We think that will be a very minimal cost, though, because we'll just incorporate it into our usual weed spraying routine at the site. We have done an environmental assessment. We received 3 public comments. All were supportive of the acceptance of this donation. So, Madam Chair, I turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the acquisition of the 0.693 acres for the Poindexter Slough Fishing Access Site on the Beaverhead River.
Second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Walsh?
Just a big thank you to Evelyn Lohman and her family for this donation.
All right, Commissioner Byer?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to fully support this. Poindexter Slough is a real treasure in terms of getting access to great fishing and hunting opportunities right on the outskirts of Dillon. I spent about 7 years traipsing out there almost every day, and it's beloved to me, and I'm excited to see this addition. And again, echoing Commissioner Walsh's gratitude for the family and for this donation.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by, oh gosh, yeah, public comment. Okay, forgot it. Anybody present who would like to comment? Sorry about that.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELIOTT. I'm here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. We submitted written comments, but I did want to step to the podium to echo the thanks and appreciation to the landowner for this generous donation. And this is just a treasured fishing access site right in the heart, functionally right in the heart of Dillon, that provides so much access to people and important fish and wildlife habitat as well. So you can see our comments in the record, but I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Abigail St. Lawrence. It's ST.LAWRENCE. On behalf of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana, there's not much more to add from what was already said by the commissioners and by the previous, and I'm sure subsequent commenters to me, but certainly FOAM would like to add their support and their thanks to the family as well for this great expansion of a well-used and well-loved fishing access site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Marcus Strange, this time representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. Again, not much to be said. This is fantastic. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to publicly thank the landowner and this family for donating this and a great opportunity to expand fishing access sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any commenters online?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, members. Madam Chair, the second item is our FAS annual rule extension proposal. As fishing access site management has come into the new Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division, we are taking a holistic look at all of our fees and site use regulations across the board, all site types, looking to bring consistency to them between parks fees, for instance, versus FAS camping fees. A long-term goal that this would incorporate into is providing some opportunity for reservations at certain high-use FAS sites. And so this would be part of enabling that and getting everything consistent. It also speaks to with consistency that we're trying to bring just for customer experience and expectation so that they know regardless of what site type they're at, what's expected of them. And so, Madam Chair, what we're asking is you adopted the annual rule for fishing access sites in April of 2021. We're asking if you would please extend that a year so that we can continue this holistic review of all of our fees and use rules and then adopt a programmatic agency-wide rule going forward in the future. We just need some more time to get that done. We've asked the same thing of the Parks and Recreation Board for the parks appropriate fees and rules that they're involved with. And so we would seek this of you today as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Walsh?
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt a one-year extension of the current 2021 fishing access site rule as proposed.
A second.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments?
Just a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just reading through this, there was a question about making sure that we clarify the new responsibility for the Parks and Outdoor. And I just want to make sure, does that motion include that clarification, or would you need that in addition?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, I think that what's in front of you in your packet, I guess I would defer to Zach in answering that question, but the proposed annual rule in your packet does include that on page 4, a change so that the reference is to the department's Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. And I would lean on Zach to say whether or not we need to specifically outline that in this motion today.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, I think that the commission or the motion as it's encapsulated in the cover sheet, particularly given that it references the fishing access site rule, which you've got before you, I think that's sufficient.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Byerth?
Madam Chair, just over the past year or so, there's been a lot of consternation on the part of the average sportsmen and women about this change, that it failed in the legislature and was still adopted by the department. And the concern is I think valid and important to address. And that is that fishing accesses were purchased through fishing license dollars. And we just want to ask Ms. Stockwell and the department to continue to keep that in mind as we move along. These have always been managed differently than state parks and certainly can improve the administration of the fishing access. But remember, at their heart, they are purchased by the sportsmen and women of Montana and our non-resident guests, and fishing access and hunting and habitat is still at the forefront of those.
Would you like to respond to that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byerth, I would just say we hear and appreciate your comment and feedback. We will be engaging the public in a public process as we go forward with these considerations. As I mentioned earlier, we're interested in potentially providing reservation opportunity for camping at high use sites. And that's really to mitigate the impacts that we're seeing at those, because we do want to protect the resource overall. As you said, they were purchased with a particular type of money. Habitat is at the forefront of those considerations, but there is recreational use happening, and we want to make sure that we're taking care of the sites and protecting them for the future.
Commissioner Walsh?
I might add some feedback on this. We, as part of the Madison River Work Group review of the FASs along the Madison, particularly the upper Madison, we've seen potential safety issues and conflict issues between folks launching boats or taking boats out of the river and campers. And as we look at the FASs across the state, I think we had to, recognize that there's been increased traffic on all of our rivers, and that the potential, to improve these won't cost very much. It's just a matter of moving campsites a little further away from the boat launch sites. So just some sensitivity around that as you get into this.
Any further comments? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this?
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELO IOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. Just wanted to stand up and support the extension of moving this down the road to one more year. I think that there are a lot of conversations with stakeholders that can happen in that year as we try to work through these changes. And so I think that's good. And I also would add the benefit that it gives the legislature time to sit again. And there was a pretty robust discussion in the last session about folks who don't have fishing licenses, for example, and should they be paying some sort of fee to use those sites? I think this gives the time for the legislature to consider that if they want to make that policy choice again. So we stand in full support of extending this 1 year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Morning again, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Abigail St. Lawrence, ST period LAWRENCE, and still on behalf of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. FOAM looks forward to participating in this continued process, reviewing the fishing access site rules as it goes forward with the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. And we would like to underline the comment made by Commissioner Byerth about the need to keep in mind the specific nature of the fishing access sites and the purposes for which they were acquired and the dollars by how they were acquired. foam certainly supports recreation. That's how we make our money. But we also acknowledge, and one of the primary advocacy goals that we have as an organization is also to protect the resource, because we know that if we do not prioritize protection of the resource, whether it be on a heavy use river such as the Madison or some of our smaller creeks, we will no longer have a resource to enjoy for recreation. So again, we look forward to continuing participation in this review process, keeping in mind the unique nature of the fishing access sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to comment? Do we have anyone online who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. We'll now move on to enforcement. Oh, you want a break? Okay. We'll take, what time is it? How about, yeah, we'll just take a 5 after 10. We'll come back at 10:05. Okay, if everyone could please take their seat. All right. Before I call on you, Phil, if I could just, we as a commission would really like to thank Becky Doctor for all of the work that you have put in through the years for FWP. We very much appreciate you and we will miss you. And we got you a bouquet of flowers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. I did just look over and say, oh, whose birthday is it? So I guess it's my birthday and thank you very much.
You're welcome. Very much.
And you can
deserved.
cry if you want to.
Yeah. Okay, now I will
Start
turn it
singing
over to you,
too.
Bill, please. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I am Phil Kilbreth, proudly representing the Law Enforcement Division at Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Our first item is final adoption of motorized boating restrictions on the Boulder River as proposed by the Boulder River Citizens Advisory Committee. So this is a final action on the Boulder River Citizens Advisory Committee recommendation, which was to close the Boulder River and its tributaries to motorized vessels, with the exception of motorized vessels powered by machinery of 10 horsepower or less being permitted from April 1st through September 30th from the confluence of the Yellowstone River to the Natural Bridge. As you'll recall, the commission initiated rulemaking in the February meeting. We collected limited public comment on this, 6 in total, I think. All were opposed to some form of either the petition itself or motorized boating in general on the river. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Siebel, would you like to speak to it, please?
Would you entertain a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the closure of the Boulder River to use of any motorized vessels except any motorized vessels powered by machinery of 10 horsepower or less are permitted from April 1 through September 30th from the confluence with the Yellowstone River to the Natural Bridge.
Second.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments? Okay. Did you have a comment? Okay.
Just briefly, Madam
Okay,
Chair,
go
just I appreciated participating in the work group with Commissioner Siebel and the citizens. It's a difficult topic because there's no easy answers in places like this, especially as we face years like what appears to be coming in terms of record drought, and allocating the resources really it's going to be a challenge more and more every year. But I did appreciate participating in the process and appreciated all the citizens who showed up and made their wishes known.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone present who would like to comment?
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. I just wanted to start with thanking the department, enforcement division, and thanking Commissioner Siebel in particular, but Commissioner Byworth and others who've worked on this. It's been a long process, and one thing I am happy to report is that we'll be done with it today. I do want to couch my comments, and I'll say that we submitted written comments, so you can see those there. And while I appreciate the effort to strike a balance, I think Commissioner Byworth was right, is that there was no easy answer. And at the end of the day, our organization just had to come down on the side of habitat protection. And that was our opposition. We think this was a good process. We think it opened a dialogue, and certainly want to commend the department. We aren't coming in here to blow anything up, but just wanted to reflect our record. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Chair Robinson, members of the commission. Again, Marcus Strange representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on this. Obviously, our watersheds are incredibly cherished in the state, and we appreciate all the work that went into this. With that said, we do, for the sake of brevity, I'll just echo the comments of Montana TU. We share similar sentiments to this and just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have anyone online who would like to comment?
There are no hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, seeing no more comments. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Also, I'd like to thank you for all the work that you've put into this process also.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission. The second item for enforcement is the Classification Review Committee's recommendation to initiate rulemaking on classifying caracal cats as a prohibited species. The Fish, Wildlife, and Parks received a petition to classify caracal cats. Caracal cat is a non-native species to Montana and by statute would be considered exotic wildlife, and in order to be possessed has to go through a classification process. The ultimate authority to decide a classification for any non-native species rests with the commission. The Classification Review Committee is a multidisciplinary committee made up of individuals from different agencies across the state, as well as private interests and interested citizens. The committee went, as required by the law, went through a analysis of the petition and the species and came to the recommendation. The commission has the ability to classify any non-native species as non-controlled, which means they can be imported, possessed, or sold without a permit. Controlled, which may be imported, possessed, or sold only through a controlled species permit issued by the department. And they can classify as a prohibited species that cannot be imported, possessed, or sold. So at this time, Chair Robinson, I'm going to pause. If there's any questions, I'll also offer that we have a representative from the Wildlife Division here who can explain in more detail the sort of the analysis that went into this recommendation.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
I'll start off with a motion. I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission initiate rulemaking on the classification of caracal cats after all public comment that adopts one of the three possible classifications. One, non-controlled species can be imported, possessed, or sold without a permit. Two, controlled species may be imported, possessed, or sold only through a controlled species permit issued by the department. Three, or prohibited species cannot be imported, possessed, or sold.
I second.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, I guess my preference would be just to cut to the chase and make it very clear to the public what they were commenting upon. So my bent would be to just stick with the original motion as a prohibited species. And I think those of us who have studied and practiced the science of ecology know that the cute little bunnies, what possible damage could cute little bunnies do in Australia? And they've actually changed the entire continent of Antarctica's wildlife species. We're blessed here in Montana to have a fairly intact assemblage of our native species, our native wildlife, breeding birds, aquatic life, and allowing something new into the mix is highly unpredictable and it's dangerous. And so for that reason, I would prefer to just simply from the start prohibit caracal cats from being introduced into Montana.
Are there any other comments?
Madam Chair, I'm not at a point to make a conclusion one way or the other. What I'd really like to do is give the public the opportunity to have the full spectrum ability to comment on all the options. And we had that narrowed down by the committee. And that might be the absolute right answer. And because we're initiating rule processing, I want the process to be fully complete, transparent, and let everybody participate. So that's why I made the motion in that fashion.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just a few words on why I supported the motion. Part of it, we started talking about this last night, is looking at the list of what's already allowed in Montana. Notice one of the species was a cervical cat, and I see that we actually got some background information on that, which is very similar to Caracal cat as far as size and even where they're. But so my question and to Vice Chair Tabor's point, I felt really compelled to get more information, to get more public input on this before we make a rule, because it seems inconsistent that we have the cervical cat allowed, and we're going to, again, not a big fight, probably not. We're not talking about a handful of these in the state, but I think from a process standpoint that this is the right way to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, Becky, would you, or Zach, either one of you, could you clarify if we need to go out for public comment on this?
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, what I understood your proposal to do would be to send this out for public comment, after which it would still have to come to the commission for a decision to propose a rule to initiate. After that time, then it would go through the administrative rulemaking process, which is 30-day public comment again, and come back to the commission again for a final. So if that's the way to understand that proposal, it would not have to go out for public comment here today. If indeed you intend for us to file a notice that includes with the Secretary of State, that includes all three proposals, that then would have to go for public comment. So I guess a question back to you, Vice Chair Tabor, if you'd like to clarify your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilor Doctor. So I don't see the need to have two public comment processes. I just only wanted the public to be able to comment on the three options that might be available for classification. Does that help clarify it?
Chair, go ahead.
I guess I think the way I understand it though is we'd go out for public comment and then choose to initiate rulemaking on which of the three options we wanted to go forward with. So it would be two different chances for public comment. But not today.
So the alternative, because I just feel like narrowing it down now before we've had a chance to have people weigh in on it. That's the very thing I'm trying to prevent. But at the same time, I don't think we need two iterations to solve what is a relatively very specific issue and consume the resources and everything to do that. So do you have a pathway that I could accomplish both?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, we would have to check with the Secretary of State and ensure that we could actually file the rule notice if you initiate rulemaking today with the three different options. We have in the past done options, so my suspicion is that we could, but that is something that is the purview of the Secretary of State. And generally, when you initiate rulemaking, it's on one proposal that you've approved, you send it out for public comment, and the process goes from there. What I hear you saying is that if you'd like it to be in two, we can check on that option and you could pass this. You can make your motion contingent on the Secretary of State approving the inclusion of three different options in the rule notice when it's filed.
I'd like to do that then. Make it contingent upon the Secretary of State's approval.
So if it is not possible, then what does it defer back to? Then just going out to public comment?
Chair Robinson, if not, then, and you could include this in your motion as well, but we would interpret that to mean then you're going out for public scoping, after which you would have to come back to make a decision on initiating rulemaking at that time based upon the public comment you've heard, and then the process would start through the Secretary of State.
So my next question is, then we will go out for public comment today because it could go into rulemaking if possible by the Secretary of State.
Chair Robinson, the way I see that, yes, exactly. If this here, your motion is to initiate rulemaking, including all three in the Secretary of State notice, you would take public comment here today.
Is that your intention?
That is my intention.
Commissioner Siebel, do you accept that? Okay. All right,
Chair Robinson.
go ahead, Commissioner Byerth.
I think my problem with this is it provides three options. And it distorts the rulemaking process in a way that makes it more confusing. So if it has to go to the Secretary of State to adopt our motion, that creates confusion. My recommendation is to withdraw your motion and choose an option, put that out for rulemaking, knowing that during the public comment period, all three options can be weighed in on by proponents and opponents. That's the way the rulemaking process is intended to work. I think offering all three options is a non-decision. I think choosing our preferred option as a commission is more appropriate, and then hearing the public comment, and maybe we amend our motion or our proposed rule later on.
So I guess my question would be that with all three options in there, it will have to be amended at some point. Right.
Again, I just want to reiterate the fact that this came with a very narrow choice and we got it last night. And then the more we looked at it and the more everything we have seen makes us wonder whether that really makes sense to go out with that particular thing. But Commissioner Byerth does, the only discomfort I have with that, I'm going to select something else that I don't seemingly have any more skill set to go with than this one. But I almost feel like if that's a way to get it going, clearly the classification that it has inconsistencies and doesn't make sense with what we have on the books. So that's why I can't support the motion as it was originally proposed by the department. And I thought that the process would allow us to ferret that out. But I do want to respect the process and be sensible about the utilization of time and resources because we have so very little of both. So with that, I will withdraw my motion.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, does Commissioner Siebel need to withdraw his second or for the record?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my second and I would make an alternative motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission initiate rulemaking on the classification review. Let's see, I guess I need to reword this. I'd like to make a motion that we actually list the Caracal cat as a controlled species. And so I guess I need to understand how I should word that. So I'll move the Fish Wildlife Commission initiate rulemaking on the recommendation to classify Caracal cats as controlled species.
But that wasn't the recommendation. So
That's why I changed my word.
no, I know, but that wasn't the recommendation. So that would be not, I don't think that would be a correct motion.
I think, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, would it be the non-controlled exotic wildlife traditional pets, no permit needed? Is that the category or?
No, I guess I was looking at the original motion, the controlled species may be imported, possessed or sold through controlled species permit. I believe the recommendation was prohibited species was the
Right.
committee recommendation. And I'm just recommending to the point. of
Your
the-
recommendation, not the
Correct.
committee's
That's why I reworded
recommendation.
it to that we initiate rulemaking on, it won't be a recommendation on that. To clarify, I should have taken the word recommendation out, my
Right.
apology. So let me reword that. I move the Fish Wildlife Commission initiate rulemaking to clarify Caracal cats as a controlled species.
Is there a second? One more chance for a second. Okay, motion dies for lack of a second.
Madam Chair, I think there is another option, and that is to leave it as an exotic species. I just want to clarify. I'm not advocating for that, but I think that is another option. Based on the experts of, it's not just Fish, Wildlife and Parks, it's Department of Livestock, Department of Health and Human Services, and a variety of other experts. I think it's incumbent on the commission to listen to the recommendations, but also take it out to public comment. So for that reason, I will move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission initiate rulemaking on the Classification Reviews Committee's recommendation to classify Caracal cats as a prohibited species.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is Miss Hanuska Brown in here? Would you like to speak to why or how the committee reasoning that the committee came up with their
Yeah, so Lori
recommendation?
Hanuska Brown, thank you, Chair. I'm with the Wildlife Division. I'm a Bureau's coordinator. I'm actually no longer a member of this committee, but I sat on the committee longer than Phil or Christina, who's currently there for wildlife. So I've been briefed and have an understanding of the committee's decision. And as Commissioner Byarth pointed out, there are a variety of members on the committee. So it includes those experts from Department of Livestock, Department of Ag, a member of the pet industry, a member of the public, and Department of Health and Human Services, in addition to the folks from the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. So the recommendation really came from the research conducted by the team into the Caracal cat and the species life history and all the history of other things behind it. So came to a decision of prohibited based on basically this tree, which you have in your packet. So it's a decision tree that goes through a variety of criteria, and the species kind of goes through that tree process and ends up in a place of controlled, non-controlled, or prohibited. So for this species in particular, the recommendation came about based on the difficulties of containment for this animal. And I'm not going to comment on this in comparison to the serval cat, as that decision was made 15 years ago with a different committee. And I can't comment on that research, but we could certainly pull those records if you guys want to see those. But per the research on this individual species, they can jump 12 feet, they can run 50 miles an hour. So that makes the committee believe that it would be difficult to contain this species. Certainly containment is the biggest issue or the biggest question here because these other things fall into whether or not the animal can be contained. And so that's a threat to small livestock. Per research, they can take down something 3 times their size. So if they're a 40-pound cat, they have the potential to take down a relatively large animal. And of course, that's for a wild animal. That's what this is based on. Potential for human injury. And there is a report of a woman and a 6-year-old girl attacked in Illinois, and they were treated for puncture wounds. First responders is a criteria. So risk to first responders in the event an animal is, let's say, contained in a house, but first responders need to come on the scene. Is there a risk to them? And is there special handling required for this sort of animal? And as you can imagine, if you weren't the pet owner, you may find yourself unequipped to or ill-equipped to deal with an animal in a situation where a first responder has to enter a house. Department of Livestock did weigh in on this and said that because there's no approved vaccine for this species, any exposure, so a bite to a human, would be considered rabies exposure, and therefore the animal would then be put down and the folks would have to go through treatment for rabies exposure. So that was the professional opinion of Department of Livestock. Certainly Department of Health and Human Services weighs on any sort of rabies discussion, as well as just the threat to human safety. That's the primary basis behind the recommendation of prohibited. And just to clarify, you can go with a different motion. You don't have to go with the recommendation of the committee, but the experts on the committee at least decided that prohibited was the most prudent in this case.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
Just a comment, Madam Chair. I think I want to make sure we honor both Vice Chair Tabor and Commissioner Siebel's intent in this, and that is to strike up a dialogue with the public as well. So I just want to make sure the public understands that this is our recommendation, but we are open to other classifications as the process proceeds through the comment period.
So Quentin, would this be put out for a 30-day comment? How does the rulemaking, what's the process for rulemaking?
Chair Robinson, if I may, I defer to Chief Legal Counsel Becky Doctor. If just with this start, if approved by the Secretary of State, as Ms. Doctor alluded to earlier, and it falls into goes into that process rigidly defined, and I'll let Becky, with your tolerance, explain that.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, if indeed you approve this today, it would go in a notice that is published in the administrative record in Montana. That initiates in 10 days' time, once it's actually published, it initiates public comment. During that time frame, I think it's 20 days after the notice is filed, we would have to do a hearing on the rule itself. So there will be a hearing on it, at which point the public can comment in person. After that, then the close of public comment, we would gather responses to the public comment and help draft responses to it. We'd have to come to the commission again for a final once that public comment is amassed and before you could then see that public comment before your final decision. At the meeting where you make the final decision, you'd take public comment again, and then you would make your decision at that point. After that, the Secretary of State filing, and there are particular timeframes for filing. It takes about 10 days after that, it becomes effective.
So my question is that if there was a change to it, then it would start the process over with the rulemaking?
Chair Robinson, no, it would not. It depends on largely what public comment you get, but with the invitation to hear from many perspectives here, you would likely get public comment that is across the board on any clarification or classification, which I heard Commissioner Siebel as well say clarification instead of classification. But and so the final decision then could be to change from prohibited to controlled, or you could even opt not to, and this was Commissioner Byorth's point, you could opt not to adopt it at all, let it fail, and it would continue to exist as an exotic species right now, which is prohibited in Montana.
Okay.
So currently speaking, the Caracal cat is prohibited, or I'm sorry, exotic, which cannot be in Montana. This is to classify it in one of those three ways.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tabor.
I did have another question.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I forgot your name. I apologize.
Haneska Brown, Lori Haneska Brown.
Thank you. So in looking at the decision tree, I don't see the process of whether or not it ascertains whether the controls that you put on it. As I understand, the definition of control is that we can define by administrative rule the specific controls on that species to, I imagine, mitigate whatever concerns there might be with that particular species. So in the decision-making tree, it doesn't appear that that is an option where you say, can these things be mitigated? They're yes or no. And if they're yes, then they automatically take you down another channel. So I guess my question is, if we wanted to consider a control categorization, what would be the types of mitigation or things that we could do that maybe take out the level of concern that we have regarding this particular species?
Okay, Commissioner Tabor and Chair Robinson, thank you for that. And I may turn this over to Phil, but one of the things within the petition itself is the suggested control measures of the proposed owner, if you will. So they can say things like, we will declaw, we will, they have to describe the containment or the enclosure that they plan to keep said animal in. Mr. Kilbreth would actually be the individual writing the controlled permit. So within that permit, they could require certain things. So that permit comes from enforcement, and they could say, these are the requirements. One of the questions within the tree, if you go further down, is the check-in of that containment reasonable in terms of expense or resources? So officers would need to, on occasion, check into that facility. I don't know if Phil wants to add anything there or not, but certainly there's Arm Rule 12.6.22.10 that talks about the permits themselves.
Any further questions? I will go out. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jason Ellsworth. That's ELLSWRTH. I'm Senator from Senate District 43, beautiful Ravalli County, and actually the petitioner behind this. So looking, and this is the issue I had looking down this tree. It starts with is production of deadly venom by the animal? And that's obviously no. Can the animal carry a pathogen which can affect humans, livestock, or wildlife? It says likely. So I found the 3 pathogens, and here's a copy that I can pass out and each member of the committee can have. Every one of those pathogens are present in every single cat in America. So they can be mitigated, but at the same time, every cat can carry them. Third, it says, is physical injury caused by the animal? When I read this, it's open, really open to interpretation. So any animal can cause any physical harm. I know of an animal that's unfortunately a dog that bit a kid's ear off 3 weeks ago. So any animal is capable of anything with teeth, with claws, it just happens. And then fourth, does the animal pose a significant risk of injury or death? And they said yes. I would say it's no more significant than any other animal. If you look at the history behind this animal has actually been around since ancient Egypt. It was what the pharaohs had as their cat. So they have been domesticated for hundreds and hundreds of years. The cat in particular that we are talking about has actually been brought up by a breeder. So somebody owes donuts. I think number 4 now.
Actually, that's our time limit. We have a 2-minute time limit for.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Marcus Strange representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. The Montana Wildlife Federation supports classifying this as a prohibited species for the reason that we in Montana have done a really good job of keeping non-native species off of our landscapes. It's something that we are very visionary about doing, as demonstrated by the robust discussion that you all just had. We want to make sure that our native species are our number 1 priority. Additionally, as was noted, there is concern about livestock and producers and the negative impact that this species could have on there. So our comments are to, please make this a prohibited species and let's prioritize our wildlife and private resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, committee members, my name's Sean Ashby. I'm one of the original petitioners for this application. Now, we originally filled out the application to get a permit. We weren't trying to get it classified either way. Okay, just so everybody's clear, the animal that we're trying to get is many generations from wild. This isn't a wild animal that's going to escape and go run after livestock. Okay, as you can see from Exhibit D in the package that I handed out, they are no more than a house cat. They use a litter box like a regular house cat. Okay, it's going to live in the house with us. So I ask you today to, instead of putting it on the prohibited species list, if you don't want to put it on the non-controlled list, at least make it permittable so that Sergeant Kilbreth can come to my house and find out everything that I've done or will do to make sure that this is a safe environment for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Just so everybody's clear, these animals are all sterilized when you get them. Okay, it's not going to be able to go out and breed with local wildlife. As I put in my package here, if it's not already spayed and neutered, when you get it, you have to sign an agreement that your local vet will perform that procedure as soon as they come of age. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Okay, is there anyone online who would like to comment?
There are no hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to remind everyone that it will go out for public comment through this process. So we will look at that and move on with the process. So,
Madam Chair, before I take a vote.
Yep.
I will likely vote no for this. And what I would like to do is get a motion on the table that classifies it as a controlled species. And I thought you said non-exotic.
no, he said control.
I apologize, Commissioner. I completely misunderstood your motion, and I apologize for that. But I think that seems like the right path and better expenditure of resources. That's my opinion.
Commissioner Walsh.
Chair Robinson, when will this come before the commission again?
Kind of depends on the timeline of the Secretary of State, doesn't it?
Chair Robinson, commissioners, yes, it does. And I don't see in our packet an actual schedule, but we can get that to you if indeed this passes.
It may not make it in time for our next meeting, though.
It would likely not be in our next meeting.
So it would be our August meeting at the earliest. All right. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so motion carries. All right. Move on to fisheries now.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, for the record, Eileen Rice, that's RYCE, and I am the Fish, Wildlife and Parks Fisheries Division Administrator. I'm going to start with our drought update. Many of you mentioned water conditions in your opening statements. We're bringing this to you earlier this year. Last year, we started our drought updates in June and realized that was too late to start. Since we did already have several restrictions in place. So for our new commissioners, a little bit of background. We'll be giving updates on drought conditions at each of the meetings throughout the summer and into the fall until we're sure that the weather has turned cold and wet enough to get us out of drought, assuming that we're going to be in drought conditions this year. Within the commission rules, there are rules that allow us to implement restrictions and closures based on water temperature, water flow, and angling pressure. Based on conditions, we will recommend to the local commissioner implementation of restrictions or closures on a section of stream or river. 2021 was an unprecedented year with more restrictions than any other year, with the largest duration of restrictions and with the most restrictions put in place at the one time. When conditions have been met for a restriction, the local commissioner will be contacted either by myself or one of the fish staff. If the local commissioner is unavailable, we will contact the chair. We try to respond to conditions very rapidly, hence why the rule allows for us just to get agreement from the local commissioner rather than going out to all commissioners. So a quick overview of the conditions as they are right now. The shields in the Yellowstone River are currently in very bad shape. We're likely to see restrictions on the shields going in as early as mid-May, which obviously will be before your next meeting. And we would work with Commissioner Byerworth on getting that in place if and when it's needed. The flow forecasts on the Jefferson, East Gallatin, Gallatin, Beaverhead, Big Hole, and Ruby are all showing likelihood of restrictions also, but probably at a later time than the shield. With Hebgen Dam, very unlikely to fill. The staff have been working with Northwest Energy to prioritize flows for the Madison. And we may still see restrictions on the Madison later in the summer. The Smith is also looking bad and will likely need restrictions during the summer. But the Rocky Mountain front and west of the divide are looking good right now. I thought it may also be helpful to give you some updates on reservoir levels that you might hear about. As I've mentioned, Hebgen Reservoir will not fill this year. Canyon Ferry Reservoir is very low and is not projected to fill. Fort Peck is currently very low, with the Army Corps of Engineers projecting further declines during spring and summer. Currently on Fort Peck, Crooked Creek boat ramp is the only one not usable, but as the summer continues, we're expecting more ramps on Fort Peck to become unusable. Fresno and Nelson Reservoir are also currently low, with limited ramps available. Throughout the spring and summer, the staff will continue to monitor conditions, but please let us know if you have any concerns, questions, or comments to make in between the meetings when I'll be giving updates. Certainly with these conditions, a lot can change in between your meetings, and I'm happy to address any questions or concerns that come up. So that's an informational item on the drought update. And as I mentioned, please reach out.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor?
Dr. Rice, I recall last year when we kind of ran into trouble close to the tail end of the summer, we had that pretty abrupt, almost complete closure, if I remember correctly. And it required, a lot of scurrying around. And so given that it's predictable, it'd be great, I think, to work with different constituencies, whether that's foam or MOGA or whatever, and let them know it is predictable that this will happen. Please plan accordingly, because that will, I think, prevent a lot of the firestorm of communications. I recall as a commissioner back then, we got a lot of negativity because of the timing of the way that went down. So if we could get a heads up a little bit sooner, that would be probably really helpful to the public.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, that's a very good point, and we do try to do that as much as we can. We have already been in contact with our constituent groups. Last week, we met with our Anglers Forum, which includes representatives from all of the major angling groups, and we gave them an update on the drought. Unfortunately, some of it is not predictable, and we do have to respond relatively quickly, but we will do everything we can to keep the constituents as well as the commissioners updated as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on to our first actionable item, this is a final item for the Upper Missouri Reservoir Management Plan, CAC, membership. The Upper Missouri Reservoir Plan, CAC, provides valuable recommendations to the department on the management of Canyon Ferry, Hauser, Holter, and the associated river stretches. The CAC meets at least once a year and more often if necessary. The commission appoints 5 members for 1-year terms. Commissioner Byerworth currently represents the commission. The CAC has been a very productive group, and all but one of the members are opting to be appointed for another year. Due to time commitments, unfortunately, Mr. Jim Gillespie is resigning from his position. Mr. Gillespie has been a very productive member of the group, and on behalf of the department, I would like to thank him for his service with the CAC. The department received 4 applications for membership. Mr. Gillespie represented Walleyes Unlimited on the CAC. From the applicants, Mr. Lance Kresge was the only applicant who is an active member of Walleyes Unlimited. And the fish staff have worked previously with Mr. Kresge, and he comes highly recommended. The department recommends reinstating Mike Agee, Dale Gilbert, Pete Cardinal, Bart Bradline to be reappointed, along with one new member to fill the vacated position by Jim Gillespie. Again, the department wants to thank all the members for their time serving on the CAC. With that, Chair, I'll stand for questions, and we also have Region 4 staff available for questions.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, just a quick comment. It was a pleasure to sit down with this group, knowing the history of conflict that had happened over the Upper Missouri reservoirs over the last 15 years. I was really pleased that this group was very constructive, very positive, worked well together, and I look forward to continuing to work with them.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
I move the commission reappoint the 4 existing members to the Upper Missouri River Reservoir Fisheries Management Plan Citizen Advisory Committee. That's a mouthful. And appoint Lance Kresge to fill the vacant seat.
I second.
Okay. Any comments? Okay. I will open it up to public comments. Thank you, Dr. Rice.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. Want to be brief here and just say that we have a long history working on this issue and in this geography. We appreciate and support, and I would echo Commissioner Biower's comments about the constructiveness and path forward, really, that the CAC has provided over some past conflicts. And I think this is a really good way to air those issues together. I can't speak to the 5th member, but I did want to stand up and support the reappointment of the 4 existing members. I think it's important to keep that corpus of knowledge and relationships moving forward that can help continue the productivity. So with that, we'd stand in support of the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further commenters present? Okay, is there anyone online who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, we have Steve Harada.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Steve Harada, Wolf Point, HARADA, interim executive director of Walleyes Unlimited. Just like to go on record as a former member of Region 6 CAC and recognizing, you know, how valuable the CACs are throughout the state. I would also, knowing Lance Kresge, applaud the commission's motion to retain the existing 4 and put Lance on as the 5th CAC member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Okay. Any comments or questions before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Our next item is the Upper Yellowstone smallmouth bass catch, kill, and report regulation proposal. In March, unfortunately, a smallmouth bass was reported in the Upper Yellowstone River near the confluence of the Gardner River, just on the Montana side of the park boundary. This is the furthest upstream that smallmouth bass have been reported in the Yellowstone, with the next closest report being at Emigrant. We suspect this is a new unauthorized introduction rather than a population expansion. Smallmouth bass could be very detrimental to the existing fish in the Yellowstone, and in particular to the native Yellowstone cutthroat trout. With the likely low abundance of smallmouth bass, relying on angler harvest with mandatory reporting can be a very cost-effective tool for potentially controlling the species, as well as identifying preferred habitats and locations. Tissues such as the otoliths or the ear bone can also provide valuable information on age, growth, and origin of the fish. For the mentioned reasons, the department recommends a mandatory catch, kill, and report regulation for smallmouth bass in the Yellowstone River from the park boundary to Springdale Bridge fishing access site, and to amend the Shield smallmouth bass regulation to include the entire river. This recommendation is consistent with the unauthorized placement fish rule. With that, Chair, I'll stand for questions, and I think we have the local biologist also available for questions.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, would you entertain a motion?
Yes.
I move the commission adopt a mandatory catch, kill, and report regulation for all smallmouth bass caught in the Yellowstone River from the Yellowstone National Park boundary to Springdale Bridge fishing access site, and amend the Shields River smallmouth bass regulation to include the entire river.
Second.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I do have a comment.
Oh, yes.
Or question, I guess.
Yep.
Dr. Rice, why do you suspect that it was an unauthorized introduction rather than just an expansion?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth, that's a very good question. A couple of different reasons. First of all is the distance between Emigrant and where the smallmouth bass was found. We've had mandatory reporting in place on the Yellowstone for quite some time, and we've had no other reports in that area. Additionally, we also worked with the USGS to do some eDNA sampling, and they did not find any eDNA in that area to suggest that there were smallmouth bass in between. So our guess right now is that it is a new introduction. However, the information that we would gather from the catch kill report regulation would allow us to take those tissues and get more definitive information on potentially where those fish have come from, which has been very useful in other waters where we've actually been able to identify the source population of one of these unauthorized introductions.
Madam Chair.
Tabor?
And this might be a question for Sergeant Gilbreth, but is there a way that we could get Tip Mont involved in this and maybe provide some dollars to try to get a tip as to why this occurred? Because it's pretty disconcerting if this is an illegal introduction.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, I can certainly send this over to Mr. Kilbreth. However, I would mention the Anglers Forum that I mentioned earlier does have a reward pledge for such things. So we do have a significant reward, which is donated to us by the members of the Anglers Forum, including Trout Unlimited, Walleyes Unlimited, Foam, the Wildlife Federation, Pike Masters, the Bass Groups, and others. So with information that's solid enough to perhaps make a conviction, there already is a significant reward in place, but I can hand it over to Mr. Kilbreth.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, we can certainly put something out to try to get somebody to offer up some information to us. That's not a problem.
Any other questions? Okay. Would someone go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Clayton Elliott, representing Montana Trout Unlimited. I wanted to start this discussion with our heartfelt gratitude to the Fisheries Division and staff for responding adequately and appropriately and quickly to the concerning, but altogether not surprising news of the catch of a smallmouth bass in the Yellowstone. We do believe, and we've gone on record saying that this is the appropriate regulation change that should be in place. I wanted to flesh out a little bit a couple of further reasons why I support this. I think one of the questions that was first in my mind when coming to a mandatory catch kill was how far down the Yellowstone were you going to go? I think Springdale is a responsible place. I also appreciate that this regulation takes in the full Shields River, where we've had an issue in that drainage as well. And to Commissioner Tabor's point, we certainly are very proud to put our money where our mouth is on these illegal introductions. This was news to me that the suspicion was that it was an illegal introduction, because I think that it was sort of a ticking time bomb that we thought that this could happen at some point as smallmouth move up the Yellowstone River. But it's certainly concerning news that it would be an illegal introduction, and we're happy to pledge money to convict a conviction. So with that, I'll just stand in support of this regulation. We think it's the right path forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, again, Abigail St. Lawrence, ST.LAWRENCE. On behalf of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana, we too appreciate the work of the Fisheries Division to act quickly in response to this unauthorized introduction, and appreciate the development of the catch and kill proposal based on sound fisheries data to protect the resource that we all enjoy and that fishing outfitters and their clients certainly depend on. FOAM members look forward to helping participate in addressing this need and also submitting the data that we do obtain when we and our clients are out there catching and killing these smallmouth bass. FOAM is also very proud to contribute and has for quite a while a pledge to the AIS Reward Fund. And should we be able to find the bucket biologist who decided to go out and introduce this species into the upper Yellowstone, we will be glad to make good on that pledge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Hiram Park. First name Hyrum, last name Parke. I'm here representing myself. I appreciate the opportunity to comment and wanted to thank you guys for that. Aquatic invasive species, they harm our native species populations, which would, sorry about that, and severely reduce fishermen's chances to catch them, especially with as invasive as smallmouth bass are. So I just wanted to come up here and support the suggestion to catch and kill them. And thank you for the chance to comment.
Thank you. Any further commenters? Okay. Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
There are no hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments or questions from the commission? All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
The final item today for fisheries is the kokanee regulation on Georgetown Lake and Region 2. The kokanee regulation on Georgetown was changed during the 2021 October Commission meeting and went into effect March 1 of this year. The previous regulation was unlimited harvest, and the current regulation that has been in place for the past 6 weeks is the Western standard of 20 daily and 40 in possession. When the 2022 regulation booklet became available, the department received significant public opposition to the change. Upon review of the change process, the Fish Division made a couple of errors. One was not reaching out to more local Georgetown anglers to receive public input on the proposed change. And the second mistake was not tying the rationale for the change more closely to the population trend. Creel data from the most recent ice fishing season would suggest a change in population from lots of large kokanee during the 21 season to the more typical population of more smaller fish, potentially indicating overpopulation of kokanee. Both regulation options of the Western Standard or unlimited harvest are relatively liberal. The more conservative Western Standard limit of 20 in possession was intended to protect the quality fishery. Since the current regulation has only been in place for 6 weeks, it may be worthwhile keeping it as is to document any population response to the change. Additionally, all of the 2022 fishing regulations are currently under review, and we will be presenting those to you for the 23-24 regulation booklet at the October meeting. This would be another opportunity to assess the need for any other changes. With that, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'll stand for questions, and we also have our Region 2 staff available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Byerth.
Madam Chair, a question for Dr. Rice. How could we possibly rationally make a change after 6 weeks of a new regulation? I think it's incumbent on our commission to, propose changes, hear public comment. They come in big batches, and I understand how one might fall through the crack, but there was an opportunity for the people to participate, and they missed it. I'm sorry they missed it, but I think it's way too early to start changing our regulations. With a smallmouth bass, it makes sense. It's an emergency. It's an important change. In this case, it's going to affect about 3 weeks before the ice goes out, and potentially next fall, and then we will be reviewing. So my inclination is just to say, let's let the regulation play out and commit to reviewing it when the time comes, and then you'll have some information to offer the commission at that time. So there is a question in there. I'll let you answer and quit babbling.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth, I think I understand your question. Biologically, with the regulation just being in place for 6 weeks, we will not be able to determine whether or not that regulation has had any biological impact. Our standard of what we like to suggest in order to determine if a regulation is having a change is for it to be in place for 3 years or 3 seasons that the regulation impacts. That gives the population and the fish time to respond, and also us the ability to determine any changes with their sampling methods. So Commissioner Byworth, I hope that answered your question.
Madam Chair, Dr. Rice, I was a little confused. So it sounded like, did the department make a mistake in terms of establishing the existing population because there was a presence of a much greater size of smaller fish than originally thought? Or I know there was an error in perhaps not trying to involve the local people, but I'm more particularly interested in the information that led to a decision, and the decision was unrecommended. And if the information was bad, then maybe the decision was bad.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, that's a good question. The errors we made were in communication. The rationale to why we proposed the change last year was based on population information suggesting that the kokanee population had changed from a lot of very small fish suggesting overpopulation to larger sized fish suggesting perhaps a quality fishery. Our recommendation of the Western Standard, which reduced it down to 20 in possession, was to try to protect that quality fishery. The error we made was in poor communication of that rationale and not communicating enough with the local anglers.
I'll follow up. So I'm still a little confused. So was our population growing or was it declining based on what your research told you?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, it's not necessarily a question of whether or not the population was growing or declining. It was the population was changing. So instead of a population that was full of a lot of very small fish, it was more to what would be considered a quality fishery, with a portion of the population being larger fish with less smaller fish. So by quality fishery, what we mean is the ability for anglers to target those larger, more desirable kokanee rather than just being able to catch a bunch of small fish. What the unlimited harvest is designed to do is to try to remove some of those small fish to allow for larger fish to grow. And based on the information that we used to make the proposal last year, it would have indicated that that unlimited harvest regulation was working and that the population was responding by larger fish showing up in our surveys. Does that help?
It helps, but one last follow-up question, Madam Chair. So, but that would still imply a very strong, healthy fishery that wouldn't seemingly indicate the necessity of having to put a limit on it.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, you are correct. It is a very healthy fishery. It's just a change in the population structure.
Commissioner Waller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a meeting with Pat, the fisheries manager in Region 2 last week, and he kind of explained a little bit about the issue on Georgetown Lake. And I did notice I received 3 public comment from diehard anglers on Georgetown really wanting to go back to the no limit. And I specifically asked both Pat and the other members at Region 2 if we went back to the no limit, if that would have any kind of negative impact whatsoever on Georgetown Lake, and the answer was no. So I understand exactly what Commissioner Tabor is saying. It seems a little confusing into, you know, why put all of a sudden a limit, and what made them see, what were they seeing out there to instate that. But I also feel comfortable that we wouldn't be doing any damage if we did go back to the way it was, if that helps.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Waller, that is correct. And that is our general assessment, that either regulation the population could sustain.
So if it stays the same, we don't need a motion, but if someone would like to make the change, it will take a motion.
Madam Chair, I guess my preference would be to leave the regulation in place. And so therefore I would not recommend making a motion.
Commissioner Waller.
Madam Chair, after talking with constituents in Region 2 and the biologists there, I would like to make the motion at this time, if you allow.
Yes.
I move the commission reinstate the 2021 Georgetown Lake kokanee regulations of kokanee salmon, no daily or possession limit, effective immediately.
Okay. Any further comments or questions from the commission before I go out to public comment?
Just a quick question, Madam Chair. Dr. Rice, do you have a feel for how many anglers might be out on the ice between now and ice out? So there would be, is there a significant change to anything? Are we just making work? And, you know, is this going to mean anything to people on the ice? I guess is my fundamental question.
Chair Robinson, with your permission, I'd like to defer that to Mr. Pat Saffel, the fish manager of Region 2. Hopefully Pat is available.
Okay. Oh.
Perhaps Mr. Roberts has information.
Right now, the season is closed until general season opens up, so there's nobody on the ice.
So just in case you did not hear the comment from the gentleman in the back, the season is currently closed and will not open until the regular season opens. So to answer your question, Commissioner Byworth, there's nobody on the ice fishing.
Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the motion?
Directors and members of the commission, my name is Chris Marchand. I'm
member of the Anaconda Sportsman's Club on their board. I'm on board of the Montana Wildlife Federation, but I'm here representing myself. And we would like to see this change back now, and it does have an effect this year because the salmon fishery is also really popular in the fall. When they start to spawn in the fall, there's a big take that happens in the fall before the ice comes on. And I think there's another issue here too, that when you go to a limited number of fish, most of the people that fish up there, it's not a sport fishery from the challenge, or they're not great fish to catch. Most of them are under 12 inches. Most of them are 6, 7, 8 inches long, but they're a great fish to eat. And these people are canning them and they're smoking them. And they don't, when you can a batch of salmon, you're probably canning 80 salmon at a time. The current regulations, you can have 40, and these people have hundreds, if not thousands of fish that they can every year, and they use them, they consume them. They're not wasting them. And it isn't a problem with the fishery is doing fine. It's still, even when the fish were bigger, it was still overpopulated. These fish live 4 years. What you don't harvest dies, goes to the bottom of the lake. And the lake has got plenty of nutrients in it as it is. So this isn't a resource issue, and it doesn't affect the rainbow. We got a great rainbow population there and a great population of brook trout in there, and it doesn't affect those. In fact, we're trying to encourage rainbow in there that consume that are predatory on the salmon, and we think we're actually having some luck with that. If we saw this to start to change, it was a resource problem, we'd be here and we'd be aggressive towards it. But we are disappointed in the way this happened, because there were problems last year at this point in May with if I could continue just for a minute, we had problems last year with the brown trout fishery. And so our club initiated and had a special fisheries meeting, and we invited people from Missoula and Helen and everything. And we had people from Region 2 and Region 3. And I think, Pat, you might even been there at that meeting.
So you're going to have to wrap it up because
we had this meeting and we talked generally about this. The August meeting, we had no idea. There was no contact to us about that this regulation was going to be there. And that's pretty insulting with all the history we have with this fishery, that we were never contacted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gary Oldhouse. I'm the president of Anaconda Sportsman's Club. Madam Chairman, the club has been always really responsive to the department's requirements or needs, or maybe even just to talk it over. I mean, for years, my dad brought me to a sportsman's meeting when I was a little kid, and kokanee was always on the table to talk. So I know that we got to have better communication or not let this happen again, please. And during the 80s, probably mid 80s, there was a quota on kokanee. It was 35 a day, and that went away because it didn't make a difference. I believe what we see now, and it's a question, all the species in Georgetown Lake have seemed to increase. And one of the ideas is that 2 years ago, or 3 now, that there was a 2-year run-in when the lake was overfilled. And that brought in no more nutrient. So I think the department just jumped apprehensively on what they seen in the Facebook, and this guy catching like 100 a day. You only do that once and you won't do it again because it's too much work. So we, as the club, would appreciate going back to the regular limit. And as I said, right now, the lake is closed from April 1st through the third Saturday. General season opens.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, again, for the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT. I'm here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. And to be clear, MTU does not have a position on this regulation, unlimited versus 2040. You do what you want. I did want to stand up and talk about process, and the director and I have had a good conversation about this. And I hope that the move from a 4-year cycle to a 2-year cycle allows us to be more nimble and flexible and do this so we can avoid these haphazard sort of one at a time changes because a few people are upset about a regulation. And I just want to say that unfortunately, I understand the frustration, but there were 3 public comment opportunities that people missed here. And so I'm going to leave it at that, but just say that as we move to a 2-year cycle, the director and I have had a good conversation about a commitment to sticking to that cycle when we've done that. So I'm looking forward to that new process. And I thank the director for his openness to go into that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other commenters? Okay. Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any comment from the commission before we go to a vote?
I think just one, if I may, Madam Chair. Remember that over the last year and a half, there's been a policy of the department to simplify regulations. And I haven't heard that in the discussion, but remember that this regulation went from very site-specific Georgetown Lake regulation to a region-wide regulation, which was an effort to simplify. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. Any other comments? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Opposed.
Okay. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. And then do not. All right, so our plan will be to we'll go with the Grizzly Bear, see how much time we have left, but we're gonna do Mountain Lion after lunch. So some of you are here for that. Okay, go ahead, Mr. McDonald.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Ken McDonald. I'm the Chief of the Wildlife Division with Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and I'll be doing quite a few of the next agenda items. I am going to have Brian Wakeling do the lion when we get to that, as he's been working on that for the last several months. So our first item is a request to adopt the proposed amendments to Arm Rule 12.9.1403. This has to do with grizzly bear demographics. That's part of a commitment the department has made as working towards a conservation strategy and recovery of the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem grizzly bear population. This amendment was proposed by the department to clarify that hunting mortalities and removal of bears for genetic augmentation or other reasons from the monitoring area of the NCDE would count against established mortality thresholds for grizzly bears. It also clarifies that hunting would cease. If we had a hunting season for grizzly bears, hunting would cease if the probability of the population remaining above 800 bears fell below 90%. And it also clarifies that hunting would cease in the following year if the male or female adult mortality thresholds were exceeded in the current year. That proposed rule after adoption went out for public comment. There was a formal hearing as part of the Arm Rule process. We received 8 comments in writing plus 3 as a result of the public hearing. The kind of a couple themes. One is an opposition to delisting of grizzly bears, which is outside the scope of the rule. The other main comment we got was related to section 5, and it had to do with the conjunction and versus or. The department's proposal stated that hunting would cease in the following year if both the female and the male mortality thresholds were reached. The comment we got was that should be or. So hunting would cease the next year if the male or the female mortality thresholds were reached. We agreed with that comment, so suggest changing that one word in section 5 from an and to an or. That's the only change from what was proposed in January. One other comment that we heard a few times was right now in that section 5, it says if the mortality limits are exceeded, we would cease hunting the following year. Several commenters said it should be if you reach it or exceed it. We're recommending we keep it as exceeding versus reaching. It's a difference of one bear. But that change from the and to the or is already a very conservative change, protective change, and we think keeping the other wording as is justified. So with that, we are recommending you adopt the changes to the ARM as presented in your packet.
Questions or comments?
Madam Chair, this is either a question for Mr. McDonald or Counselor Doctor. Is everything in this proposed ARM consistent with our petition, and does it align perfectly with regards to what we have set forth in our petition for delisting?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, yes, it is. And that's part of the reason for this ARM is to make it consistent and institutionalize these commitments through the ARM rule that we've described in the petition.
Madam Chair, I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the proposed language to amend ARM 12.9.1403, but change section 5 to read, hunting will not be allowed in a year if mortality thresholds as described in 3B, 2, or 3 were exceeded in the previous year.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay. All right, thank you. And I'll go up to public comment. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Is there anyone online who would like to comment to this?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Mr. McDonald, could we jump down to the leases? I think we could definitely get those.
Sure.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, we have 3 sets of leases or leases that pertain to 3 wildlife management areas before you today. The first one is it's a series of 6 leases that are farming leases on Canyon Ferry Wildlife Management Area that total 904 acres, as well as an additional lease that's for an apiary or a bee lease. The terms of the leases are for a 7-year period that go from 2023 to 2029. The renewals, these are renewals of leases that have been in place with neighboring landowners for a number of years into the decades. The leases are kind of we call them win-wins. They provide habitat in the form of standing crops and cover for wildlife, and they provide opportunity for neighboring ranchers to help maintain working lands. Under the agreements, the leases will be a combination of cash and in-kind or in-kind only, depending on how much standing crop they leave. The in-kind is the leaving of standing crop, which would be between 12.5% and 15% of grain or alfalfa on the WMA. An EA was done on the proposed leases. We got one comment. It was a very extensive comment, but it generally was not supportive of having farming on the wildlife management area and recommended farming be phased out for a more natural habitat and more natural management. And while we appreciate that sentiment, we believe the leases represent a benefit for both wildlife and working lands. It's been pretty effective for our management of the WMA. And so with that, we are recommending the commission approve these leases for another 7-year period.
Questions or comments?
Madam Chair, because there's a long list, you prefer one motion or a set of motions?
I think one motion would be fine unless someone would like to set aside one of them.
Madam Chair, I'd suggest we listen to all 3 presentations and then we can do a consolidated motion and consolidated public comment.
That work?
Yep.
Okay. The second lease we have, the next 2 actually are in Region 7. The first one's on Elk Island Wildlife Management Area. This is a lease on the WMA. It's a 1,585 acre WMA in Region 7, about 17 miles south of Sydney in Richland County. We're proposing to renew 2 farming leases for a 10-year period. One totals 140 acres and the other is 30 acres, so a total of 170 acres, or about 10% of the WMA. The leases will be grain or alfalfa and would require 25% of the grain crop or 35% of the hay alfalfa crop be left standing for wildlife. We received 2 comments, were actually real helpful comments suggesting modifications and considerations for the leases. Those were either explained or incorporated into the final decision. We think we're appreciative of those comments because they help make the leases better or clearer as well. A key point to these leases is that the configuration of the standing crops is determined by the FWP biologist in conjunction with the landowner. In conjunction with the producer. So it's not just one big block of cover on one end. It's spread out throughout the farmed areas. Based on the values of the leases to wildlife management objectives, as well as the neighboring working lands, we're recommending the commission approve renewal of the 2 Elk Island farming leases for an additional 10 years. Any questions on that one? All right, the third one is on Seven Sisters Wildlife Management Area. This is a 1,541 acre wildlife management area located about 10 miles south of Sydney near Crane. The lease being proposed is a renewal of a hay and grain farming lease on 372 acres for a 10-year period. I believe in your cover sheet, it says 323 acres. The EA is 372. So I want to make sure it's clear. This would be lease renewal on 372 acres. Similar to the Elk Island lease that I just described, it would entail leaving 25% of crops and 35% of alfalfa standing for use by wildlife. These both went out the same time. They received the same comment from the same commenters. They were similar. So again, we've incorporated those comments or clarified the proposal based on those comments and feel it's a stronger proposal. We think the lease works well for the department. It works well for the producer. And so we're going to recommend it be approved for another 10 years. And if I could, I would just ask when you make a motion on this one, you make sure it's clear that for Seven Sisters, you're approving a lease of 372 acres as proposed. Again, any questions, I'm happy to try and answer.
Any questions? I think we could do it in one consolidated motion if there was a reason after public comment, we could separate them out, but.
I'm going to give it a whirl. I move the commission approve the 6 existing agricultural leases and 1 existing bee yard apiary lease on the Canyon Ferry WMA and the renewal of the Seven Sisters WMA, noting the 372 acres and the renewal of Elk Island WMI leases as proposed.
Second, okay. All right. Any questions before we go out for comment? Is there anyone present who would like to comment?
Thank you, Chair Robinson and members of the commission. I hate to stand in the way of lunch, but I did just want to take the opportunity to just praise these collaborative opportunities. They're a great way to support agriculture and also do some habitat restoration. So we give our hearty support to all 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion of the renewals signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. How about the peregrine falcon?
Sure.
Let's try that one, please.
Okay, Madam Chair, Commissioners, peregrine falcon proposal. This would be a final. This is a proposal to continue to allow take of up to 10 peregrine falcons by residents and 1 by a non-resident for the 2022-2023 biennium. This allows a general or master falconer to take wild peregrines for falconry purposes and is consistent with federal regulations and an environmental assessment that FWP completed several years ago. It doesn't have the proposal we don't feel has a biological impact on the peregrine falcon population and is sustainable. This is the same level of take that's been authorized since 2012. And this level of take, the 10 and 1 has never been exceeded or even reached in the last 5 bienniums. The final thing is we have been urged by the Fish and Wildlife Service not to alter our current quota system until the federal government completes a NEA that'll allow a decision on normalization of take across the Falcons range. They're working on that. Hopefully it'll be done by the end of this next biennium. But in the meantime, as I said, the proposed take we haven't been reaching it. So it's not like we're bumping up against a wall here. This proposal went out for public comment following the February meeting. We received 8 comments, 2 were supportive, 6 were opposed. Of those 6, 3 objected to falconry in general, and 3 objected to taking of peregrines because of the sensitive status of the species. But our population monitoring indicates the birds are doing well in the state. So we believe the level of take is sustainable and not detrimental. So with that, we're seeking final approval of the proposal as presented in February and with the caveats that are included also on your cover sheet there. I can read those or I can just answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, I move the commission approve the take of up to 10 peregrine falcons for falconry purposes by resident and 1 peregrine falcon for falconry purposes for non-residents during the 22-23 take period, as well as other recommendations as described.
Second.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Walsh.
I just have one question for Mr. McDonald, and that is, do other states allow Montanans to take peregrines? In other words, what are the rules on non-resident take?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, they do, and I believe I'm going to look for these guys that our rules are that there has to be reciprocity. So a non-resident can take birds in Montana if Montanans are allowed to take birds in their state. Is that right? Got the affirmative on that.
Any other questions? Commissioner Byer?
Mr. McDonald, I guess I don't quite understand. It sounds like the Fish and Wildlife Services recommendation is not to drastically change the quotas while they're doing their analysis, as opposed to, I was earlier interpreted as they were asking us not to do anything, but it sounds like they're actually encouraging to maintain the current take.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, that's right. It's just don't make big changes while they're doing their analysis, on the broader nationwide approach.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this motion? Good.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director, I'm Blair Anderson, and I represent the Montana Falconers Association. And we support the proposed peregrine take regulation. We feel that the species is doing very well, and it's actually expanding in the state of Montana, and the proposed regulation would provide a great falconry experience for us, and we'd appreciate it if you'd support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to comment? Okay. Do we have any commenters online?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I think, okay. Do you think we can fit the migratory? Yeah, let's go with that one. The migratory birds, please.
Sure. So Madam Chair, Commissioners, the next item is final approval of the migratory bird regulations. So at your February meeting, the commission adopted the structure for migratory birds. And today we're just seeking final approval of the season dates, which are bound by federal frameworks and a couple of bag limit changes. So just for making sure everybody's on the same page, migratory bird regulations pertain to cranes, snipe, doves, ducks, geese, swans, and coots. And they're managed on a flyway basis. And in Montana here, we have two flyways that intersect the state. So the western half is the Pacific Flyway, and the eastern half is the Central Flyway. And then the Central Flyway is divided into two zones, a zone 1 and a zone 2. Other than normal calendar rotation, we're proposing the same dates as we've had last year. And then the only other recommended changes are in the Pacific Flyway, increasing the dark goose bag limit from 4 to 5. And sandhill crane licenses in Carbon County are proposed to go from 20 to 30. In your documents, you have the proposed season dates for ducks, coots, geese, and swans for 22, 23. For the Pacific Flyway, it's October 1 to January 13th, except for scalp, which closes December 25th. And then swans in the Pacific Flyway are October 8 to December 1. Central Flyway, ducks and coots in zone 1, October 1 to January 5, zone 2, October 1 to October 9th, and then October 22nd to January 17th. It's closed 12 days in the middle there, which allowed further extension on the back end. There's also a bonus teal season, October 1 to October 9th in the Central Flyway that allows 2 additional blue-winged teal to be taken. Geese in the Central Flyway, Zone 1, October 1 to January 13th. Zone 2, October 1 to October 20, October 1 to October 9th, and then October 22nd to January 25th with that 12-day closure in between. And then swans, October 1 to January 5th in both zones of the Central Flyway. Ducks, coot, and goose daily and possession limits for both flyways are proposed to be the same, except for the Pacific Flyway, daily dark goose bag limits would increase from 4 to 5. The special 2-day youth waterfowl season would be September 24 to 25 in both flyway parts of the state. And then you've already approved the spring light goose season, March 1 to May 15th with no bag limit. And then in the webless birds, mourning doves would be September 1 to October 30. common snipe, September 1 to December 16th. Sandhill cranes, which are all done by drawing licenses, September 1 to October 30th. And then mid-continent sandhill cranes in the Central Flyway and over-the-counter license, October 1 to November 27th. So that is what's being proposed as the dates plus those two bag limit changes. And with that, we'd entertain any questions.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I move the commission vote to adopt the 2022-23 migratory game bird season as presented by the department with all other aspects regarding previous season adopted, except for those influenced by routine calendar rotations.
Second.
Any further questions? Okay, is there anyone here that would like to speak to this motion? Is there anyone online who would like to speak to the motion?
No, Madam Chair.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay.
Madam Chair, the final item we have other than lions is approval of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes pheasant, gray partridge, and waterfowl regulations for the Flathead Indian Reservation. And what this is the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes in the state of Montana have entered into a cooperative agreement, a cooperative management agreement on the Flathead Indian Reservation that applies to fishing and bird hunting activities engaged in by non-members on lands within the external boundaries of the reservation. And a copy of that agreement should be in your packet. The agreement provides for presentation or approval of tribal pheasant, partridge, and waterfowl season frameworks to this commission for endorsement. The draft 2022-23 Flathead Indian Reservation pheasant, partridge, and migratory waterfowl hunting seasons, shooting hours, and limits are included in your packet, which is as is the cooperative agreement. We were advised by the tribal biologists that the regulations were recently approved by the Tribal Fish and Wildlife Board and the Tribal Council. The only change from the set of regulations is in your packet is they added a restriction on hunting within 150 feet of a dwelling without the owner's permission. So for the most part, the regulations adopted by the CSKT is consistent with the state's regulations with just a couple of differences. Tribal shooting hours are sunrise to sunset for pheasant and gray partridge for the entire season. Waterfowl shooting hours are sunrise to sunset October 1 to January 1. And from January 2 to January 13, they're 1/2 hour before sunrise to sunset, which is the same as department recommendations or regulations. They don't allow hunting with falcons on the reservation, and they require that only non-toxic shot be used for all game birds on the reservation. Other than that, their regulations mirror the department's regulations. So with that, we're asking you just to endorse, I believe is what the agreement calls for. So this would be a final endorsement of the CSKT regulations. And if there's any specific questions about tribal agreement, I'm going to point to the lawyers over here that can explain it better than me. So any questions?
Commissioner Walsh.
Will you entertain a motion?
Yes.
I move that the commission vote to endorse the 2022 to 2023 Flathead Indian Reservation pheasant, gray partridge, and waterfowl hunting regulations as presented in the attached draft Flathead Indian Reservation hunting regulations.
I second.
Any other comments or questions before I go up for public comment? Okay. Anyone present who would like to speak to this motion? Okay. Is there anyone online who would like to speak to the motion?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we will break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and Mountain Lion will be on the agenda. And the only other thing would be items not on the agenda that we have to wrap up this afternoon.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get started here. Brian, if you go ahead and we'll start with mountain lions, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Brian Wakeling. I'm the Game Management Bureau Chief. I'll be presenting the mountain lion topic for this afternoon. Just to real briefly go over some of the high points regarding this proposal. The department is proposing some substantive changes to our season structure in alignment with the direction that the commission has provided. That substantive changes are primarily to the winter season. The fall seasons are proposed to remain largely unchanged. You've also got a large series of boundary changes that are part of the packet as part of this presentation. It's probably, it seems to be a lot more substantive in change than what it really is. What we tried to do is try to align because of the changes that we saw with our elk and deer hunting districts. Historically, we had lumped those elk hunting districts as various lion management units, and we'd routinely name the lion management units after the whole suite of hunting districts that would often be put in there. So what we try to do is encapsulate those hunting districts, present them as a single lion management unit, and select one number from that. An example that I would like to provide is, for instance, 445. Historically, that one had been 445, 446, and 455. I think is a good example to use because I also point out that there's a typo on the master list where 455 is repeated twice. It should be 455 and 456. But those have been combined, and it's we're proposing it to be Lion Management Unit 445. It's not really a change from what we've done in the past, but kind of how we've encapsulated and changed and tried to get that so that the legal description covers the Lion Management Units. Our hope is that it's a lot simpler. There's a single number and someone can reference it. Most of those units have not changed dramatically. Would also mention that a couple of things, season dates are part of the package that the commission adopted in February, but everything that's part of the season structure is on the table. Whether we're proposing a change or not, it's certainly open, something that the commission could address. One thing that we are not asking the commission to address at this point are the quotas. The quotas and part of the package that we've kind of shared with the commission and with the public includes some tentative, what we call tentative quotas. We haven't got the final numbers ironed out. We'll be sharing those with the public and the commission shortly. But we'll be asking the commission to specifically address those in June. But any direction you provide us on how those will be allocated is certainly part of the request, part of the proposal that we have in front of the commission today. Part of that presentation, there's a couple of things we've got. License permit types and numbers that we've added for both the restricted or the limited special licenses and the unlimited special licenses. And those will be subject to what the commission does today. You know, some we may add some special licenses, others may change depending on what the direction the commission ultimately chooses. But we also included the license permit types and the distribution of license permit types for the D4 non-resident hound licenses. And it would be our intent, that's the way we presented it in the past, or the way we've interpreted it in the past. We wanted to be really straightforward and make sure the commission could see how we were going to distribute those. And those would, as with past direction from the commission, would be no more than 2 per any of those LPTs associated with those. With that, that's a pretty quick overview of it. This is something the commission has been working on since December, something the agency's been taking input on since last August. So a lot of opportunity for public input. We provided some additional opportunity, again, at the commission's direction. And that information has been shared with on our website and available to the commission to review as well. Certainly be glad to try to answer any questions you might have.
Does anyone have any questions?
Madam Chair, I'd like to start off with a motion and then we can have I'm sure, a great conversation. I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve, one, the changes identified in the mountain lion boundary change master list as presented by the department. Two, license type allocation as presented in the proposed allocation of harvest by lion management unit. Three, all mountain lion regulations contained in the 2021 booklet not affected by the changes by mountain lion hunting seasons in this motion. And then item 4, there's a series of bullets that are in our packet. And I don't think it's necessary to read them all, but that is inclusive in the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I'd like to propose a friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay.
There's actually two of them. One, I'd like to amend the proposal as it's written to say that any unsuccessful applicant for a special limited lion license may purchase a general mountain lion license. And second amendment is any holder of a general mountain lion license or any other valid mountain lion license may hunt during the winter seasons in LMUs 170, 299, 305, and 309.
I accept that amendment.
Would you accept that amendment, Commissioner Walsh?
Are those identified hunting units or line management units all over population expectation or yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll accept.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
could I
Commissioner
ask,
Bauer.
Commissioner Siebel to restate his motion or his amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'll restate. So two friendly amendments here. First, any unsuccessful applicant for a special limited lion license may purchase a general mountain lion license. The second amendment, any holder of a general mountain lion license or any other valid mountain lion license may hunt during the winter season in LMUs 170, 299, 305, and 309.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair. This is probably either for Commissioner Siebel or for Quentin or for that matter for you, Brian. Those ones that you have indicated in your motion, are those considered special management units or what is the characteristic of those four? I know there was an alternative motion that the department had in there and this was included in that. Could you just describe the characteristic of those districts?
Certainly, Madam Chair, Vice Chairman Tabor. The four units that were line management units that were just described all tend to be in close proximity to a city. Often have had in the past, they've been places where we've had some kind of 299, for instance, was the Missoula Special Management Unit. There are, kind of a mosaic of land ownerships in those areas, and so it's not like you're in the Rocky Mountain front or backcountry, someplace like that. But those are places where, to a large extent, we've tried to focus some additional pressure in the past. They routinely are not units where we even come close to reaching the historical harvest quotas that we've had there.
A follow-up question.
Go ahead.
So in the future, if the department, either by region or out of Helena, determines that we have additional specific areas within, each region that require special attention, maybe it's ungulate management, we have concerns about the ungulate population, all that, this would be a place where we could add those on for additional management consideration.
Again, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, certainly anytime if there was if this is a tool that seems to be functioning and looks like it's something we could apply elsewhere, it's certainly something we would bring to the commission's attention. Also, this will be the first year that we would be trying something like this. So if there were some other challenge that we were to encounter during the implementation, we'd similarly bring that before the commission for your consideration as well.
Any further questions? Commissioner Byron?
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Wakeling. I realize that we are looking at quotas for the next meeting, but I'm wondering, just in the proposal, how do this female subquotas fit into this equation in Region 3? Many of the quotas are underrepresented, so I was assuming that that doesn't include the female subquota.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Byorth, essentially the way we would use this, we kind of wanted to get the commission's direction so that we understand the rules that we're operating under. For instance, if a unit, if our target harvest for a particular unit was 10 mountain lions, if the commission directs the department to go towards 30% of the quota being allocated to a special limited license, in that simple example, what we would probably come forth with in June is a recommendation for a quota of 7, and that may be broken up between a subquota of females. We could have a subquota of males, or could be a quota of males and females. But what we've done at that point is assumed that, for the most part, the behavior of people who have hunters that hold special limited licenses, in the past, they have predominantly harvested males. They have not had 100% hunt success. And so we would be looking at that harvest and trying to partition it between those two types. On the other hand, if the commission were to direct us to have 10% of the harvest going, or 10% of the quota going to the special limited license in that unit, then we would probably have a quota of 9 and a license of 1. And then we would partition that harvest accordingly amongst the subquotas. Not every unit has subquotas. Not every unit has a quota for both a male and female. Sometimes it's just a subquota on females. And so we would probably continue to go forward using that same approach. But in order for us to formulate that, we're first waiting for that direction from the commission.
May I follow up?
Go ahead.
I think the reason this is important is that, having taken a deep dive into lion management in Region 3, what I found is that the biologists have a fairly good finger on the pulse of those populations, that the houndsmen and women expressed a very deep concern for the health of the lion population, and that they were comfortable with the way things have been over the last 12 to 15 years. It's been operating very well. Both the hunters and the department seem to have a very good working relationship, and it's all focused on the health of the lion population. There's a few places where lions could have an impact on ungulates, especially bighorn sheep, but by and large, it's been working and working well. And so to throw a new quirk or twist at it, and then throw another new twist, that 2 of the districts in Region 3 are now under an even more complicated management regime under the existing motion. So I'm concerned that we're fixing something that ain't broke. And actually what the result is we're breaking something that doesn't need fixing. So I'm deeply concerned. I know that Area 305, and because of all the changes in hunting district numbers, I might be completely off base, but the Spanish Peaks portion is largely the reason the lion hunting quota isn't filled, is because anything south of Spanish Creek really is wilderness. It's really hard to access. And so to try and address a problem that may not exist, and I'm sure Julie could correct me if I'm wrong, if that lion population in Spanish Peaks is impacting the sheep population. Maybe I'm wrong, but by and large, I don't know that we need another special season up there. 309, it's probably the most accessible place on forest near Bozeman, highlight country, where there's a lot of roads in it and good access for lions, lion hunters. The 305 is a different beast altogether. So I'm a little skeptical. I was skeptical before, and I felt like we were heading in the right direction, and now I'm even more skeptical with the amendments to the motion.
Commissioner Byworth, or Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, the one thing that I've said throughout this is that regardless of what structure we wind up having, we do have the ability to manage the harvest with the quotas and the approach that we intend to use. This is, oftentimes we pass this off as being far more precise than what it may actually be in practice. But we have the ability to adjust those quotas annually. And I kind of harken back to just hearing about the peregrine take and the possibility of overrunning peregrines. In a lot of ways, I believe peregrines are probably can be globally more sensitive than what our mountain lions are. But even within our small those line management units, they're from a lion's perspective, they're a fairly relatively small area. They usually cover much more territory than that. If we were to overrun a harvest beyond what we intend to in any given year, we certainly have the ability to be more conservative in a subsequent year. In many cases, my perception is that we may be taking a little bit of a cautious approach going into this. And, it's hard to say exactly what the harvest might be, but my personal sense is that we may actually be a little less, we may be more conservative in our take this first year. That's not to say that in 305 or 309, in those places where we're looking at this, we might have greater harvest than what we've seen in the past.
Any further questions? Oh, go ahead.
Chair, Chair Robinson, with your tolerance, a comment, just one's a reminder and one a request with your tolerance, Chair Robinson, to Brian. The first reminder is that, again, quotas, as we've heard Mr. Wakeling make a connection from today's conversation to then subsequent quota proposals. That will be in front of the commission, in front of the public sooner, but in front of the commission as a decision item at the June meeting. And so that will be the opportunity to see those connections literally in the proposal, connections again from today's decision to those quotas. And then Chair Robinson, a question I was going to ask Brian is if he could help us all understand 305 as it relates to 309 in light of Commissioner Byer's questions.
I'm actually, I'm going to defer that one to Lori Hanuska-Brown. She's been the acting Region 3 Wildlife Manager for the past little while, and allow her to also ask for assistance from the region if she chooses. 305 is the old 304 Spanish Peaks portion, but Lori?
Yeah, Lori Hanuska-Brown. So I have my acting wildlife manager hat on only because Warren started less than a month ago. So next time you have a question for the region, he should be able to answer, and he is watching along with the regional supervisor. But I think Brian covered it. Spanish Peaks portion was 311 Spanish Peaks. That's been renamed 305. I don't know intimately the access issues there, but it is a unit designated for greater harvest to protect those bighorn sheep, as you indicated, Commissioner Byworth. And the concern with 309 having any real limitations on who can hunt there or which license can be used is per Julie Cunningham, the biologist there. When they have lions in that area, they want to be able to harvest those. And they want folks to be able to have a general license in their pocket so that if they are hunting for something else and they happen to see a lion that they're interested in taking, they could take it. So it's an option for ultimate flexibility in those 2 units so that we're not limiting who has the right tag for those 2 units. Does that help? And Julie is supportive of this proposal.
That helps.
Okay.
But I still have a question now.
Okay.
What I understand now on the ground, but now who can hunt where in Region 3
So
under
for,
this comprehensive proposal, and who can specifically hunt in addition to in 305 and 309?
yeah, Commissioner Byworth, Chair Robinson, as I understand it, anyone with a lion license of any type would be able to hunt in 305, 309, 299, and 170.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So including these unlimited or now the special limited license who are specifically required to hunt within a given LMU, now they can hunt in their LMU and in these
correct.
4 districts.
That'd be correct, Commissioner Byworth.
So, where are we going to stop this rolling? The idea was to create, decrease competition and decrease the chase. And now it seems that we're just totally kind of getting into a circular argument. But here we need more, and here we need less, and here we need special ones, and here we need general ones, and we'll have unlimited special licenses and general licenses. It's getting to the point where this is 180 degrees from where we were at the beginning of the biennial season setting process. Simplify, lump, and all we're doing is we're doing the opposite. We're making lion hunting that has actually moved along for a dozen years pretty well in Region 3 to a highly complicated area that perhaps only a small group of people can understand. I just think it's a bad approach. And I'm looking forward to the time where an amendment might be presented 2 weeks before the commission meeting. So at least I had time to study in my own region.
Well, I'm not going to answer it, so that's good. Commissioner Byworth, thanks.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tabor.
I'd like to address a couple of these issues because I appreciate some of the comments, but the drama is a little less appreciated. This has been out for a while. The actual motion that I believe was amended by Commissioner Siebel has been in the packet. It was an alternative suggestion by the department. And in the process of vetting out that motion, there was a series of districts that were there. And through the process of going back and forth with the department and everyone else, those 4 districts emerged. So there's been a very thorough process, very conspicuous process, and a very open process all along, purposely so. You made reference to simplification. We had 3 different lion systems, and now we'll have 1. Just 1 system with an application statewide. By my thinking, that is simplifying the system. It's something that everybody can understand. And what it really was designed to do was speak to each individual participant in a way that's meaningful. There is a group of people that covet and value having that special experience where they can hunt season long. There's something in it for them. There's people that would take any lion gladly as a one-time bucket list type thing. There's something in it for them. The equivalency of an unlimited special permit, it's essentially identical to a general license in all ways, shapes, and forms. The only way that it's not is we're now asking hunters to stay in their region. And the reason we're doing that, and I have a suspicion you're going to hear this from folks that showed up today, is it's not as peaceful as you might think. There's a lot of people that go into other people's areas and it's not appreciated. And it's been growing worse and worse with each year. It used to be pinned on all the outfitters and it used to be pinned on all the non-residents. But the non-residents have essentially been, for all intents and purposes, eliminated through the D4. And I'm sure you'll hear testimony that the level of outfitting activity is relatively minor compared to everything else. So what we're really trying to do here is work through a social system that allows everybody to maximize their opportunity close to where they live. It's just as simple as that. And one thing I want to make sure is clear, because I get these questions, I got it all the way up to last night. There are some people that still think that an unlimited permit has to be used in just one LMU. And there's only one example of that in the entire state of Montana, and that's Unit 120. And that was a negotiated process with Neil Anderson, myself, and other people involved in trying to look at the attributes of 120 and the people involved and saying it makes sense to set that one LMU aside and let people apply for it, both special and unlimited for that one. Everything else is either clustered, and regions 3 through 7 are 100% unlimited for the entire region. You can hunt anywhere in the region. So it's really not that complicated, Commissioner Byarth. And you're a scientist and you're a pretty smart guy. So I kind of feel like the drama about the complication is more about the politics behind it rather than really embracing what this is trying to do. And that is to create a system of fairness and equity and uniformity across the state of Montana. That's what it was always designed to do. It wasn't designed to favor one group over another, or it's not an outfitter bill or any of the other crap, quite frankly, that's been put in some of the letters that I've received. It was designed to be a very fair process that really benefits, because quite frankly, there's a lot of people that don't think the current system is fair.
Are there any comments?
Hunting District 305 is not listed in the materials. That's why I'm reacting, and I'm surprised. And I'm tired of being surprised. And the drama is real, and it isn't just me, and it ain't just politics. It's a problem with the way the commission is operated that's sowed confusion and sowed division. And I'm looking forward to the day, especially next meeting, when we can address some of these concerns. But I do believe the drama is warranted. And I have to speak up when it comes down to protecting the resource and protecting the ability to manage that resource in the best way possible. And I will.
So I guess I just want to make a comment too, even with the new process that we're going to do, there still can be amendments or suggestions made at the meeting too. So we will have a little more ahead of the game notice of stuff, but there's still, it's not stopping us from making amendments at the meeting. So, but anyway, I am going to choose to go out for public comment now. So I will start with people that are present, 2-minute limit, just a reminder of that. And we are not speaking about quotas. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Mac Menard. I'm the executive director of Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. I appreciate your time today. I want to touch on the outfitter issue for just a moment. It's come up a couple of times. I've testified before you earlier. Being overrun by an outfitting community is functionally not something that can happen. Why is that? They operate on special use permits. Who issues special use permits? The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does. What happens in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service model is they have a use it or lose it policy. And under a use it or lose it policy over the last nearly 2 decades, with the lion quotas being what they were and the ability to not draw, some of the numbers were 122 days have now dropped to 9. 72 days in a man's permit have now dropped to 12. So the capacity for this industry to operate has really been dramatically diminished. We did tie up what was a significant loophole in illegal outfitting through the D4 licenses. That would apply to the non-resident side. But I wanted to give some comfort that this isn't just going to result in some big landslide of outfitting activity. And to the extent that it provides for some, that will reap some pretty significant economic benefits for those local economies. I'm not a lion hunter. I drilled into this thing. Commissioner Byarth, I'm probably kind of where you are on some of this stuff. But what I found when I did drill into it was that there were 3 complicated systems across the state. And everybody in this room that cared about the lions showed up at the legislative process and supported $1 million package for mountain lion monitoring And we did that proudly. But we also said that we wanted, and part of that was the eco-region approach, which has no distinction across regional boundaries. So we needed something that was going to be statewide in its application. That's what turned me on it. And I believe it's important. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, last time today for the record, my name is Marcus Strange, representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. I'll keep this brief. I've talked with some of you, emailed you, we submitted written comments, so I'll just refer you to those and just simply say that in our outreach and in talking to Montanans, this is not a proposal that they support. They don't feel that it is good for the resource or good for the public, and just want to reflect that. And again, just refer you to our written comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commission, Mr. Warsech, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Chris Faber. I am a private landowner in Bear Paw Mountains. Also have a ranch in the Missouri River Breaks. It's District 680 and 690. And there's a lot of talk about the West, the western part of Montana, so I thought I'd bring up our part of the world. We're pretty fortunate there where we live in the Bear Paws and Missouri River Breaks. We don't have wolves, we don't have grizzly bears, but we are seeing an unbelievable influx of mountain lions in the last couple of years and houndsmen as well. And our unit was filled in 14 days this year. And the problem I have is we have a very, very healthy deer population, and we have one of the best sheep herds in the world in area 680, which I hunt out of, and which I also outfit out of. And there is a lot of mountain lions, and there's a lot of sheep dying down there. We don't have winter kill. We don't have a disease. And we're finding a lot of dead rams, and we're not seeing very many lambs with the ewes. Now, I don't know what we blame it on, but I know there's a lot of mountain lions down there. So when we're talking about wildlife management, in my world and what I believe in is we manage God's wildlife. It's not the people's wildlife, it's God's. And when we manage the wildlife, we first got to manage the predators, and we got to manage people. If you don't do those two things, you're not going to have wildlife. And there's perfect examples in Montana where there's not a lot of elk left, not a lot of deer left. We're in a place where we have healthy herds, and that's because the predator population is low. We don't have bears, we don't have grizzlies. Mountain lions, they're starting to have an effect. So I think it's important that we think about the wildlife. When I talk about wildlife, I'm talking about the ungulates, because that's what people really want to hunt in Montana, and that's what really makes the fish and game money. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commission, my name is Jack Johnson. I'm a student at Jefferson High School. And I just have a few remarks about this. I'm sorry if I missed it, but I haven't seen scientific research that indicates that these changes are necessary to the current status quo. It seems to be working. And if there's evidence from biologists, I would like to see that, or if that could be presented if possible, to say that these changes are necessary to the current status quo, or if statistics on the number of ungulates being killed can be provided to show that these changes are necessary. I believe that in making these changes, we're trying to fix a system that isn't broken, and in turn would do more damage to the ecosystem, and in turn will hurt the public land hunter like myself for private interests. So I do not support these changes and believe we should stick to the current status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Scott Cargill from Whitehall, Montana, Cargill. As a Region 3 Director of Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, on behalf of myself, I'd like you to support this proposal. Hound hunting is my passion and my profession. I've had dogs for over 25 years, and I've hunted all over Montana, Idaho, and Wisconsin. I've participated in hound handler studies with FWP, assisted game wardens, and dealt with local biologists. When I first learned of this proposal, I was opposed to any change in Region 3 through 7. With the current proposal, as of right now, I can only see a benefit to all houndsmen. This proposal is a preventive measure for the future of mountain lion hunting. Most houndsmen will tell you that they rarely harvest a lion for themselves. With this proposal, a friend or a companion or a hunter can still purchase their license for the region that they choose, and they can still have the opportunity to hunt. Due to Montana's rapid growth and increased popularity on mountain lion hunting under the influence of social media and TV shows, we're now seeing more quota spill from other regions than we've ever seen. I myself travel 350 miles between one hunting unit to another to follow an open quota to kill lions. At one time in my life, I would kill 25 lions a year. Anymore, I'm just content treating a mountain lion and letting it go. The difference now from 20 years ago is the number of dog boxes on the landscape. This is especially proven when you watch bobcat hunters. Going forward, I think picking a region to an unlimited license will spread out pressure and help curtail quota chasing. Looking at the future, following the Montana Lion Eco Management Plan, we need a unified plan, a unified structure, and this meets all of the above. Thank you. And in closing, we ask that you support this.
Thank you.
Good day. My name's Justin Burdett. I'm out of Region 2, the Bitterroot Valley. I'd like to start on maybe on some of the problems that we do have currently with the status quo season. It's not just about lions, it's also about our wildlife. In Region 1 and Region 2, we have quite a few districts that have habitually been under harvesting quotas year after year for over a decade. That has impacted our wildlife very negatively when we don't meet those quotas. And it's not a lack of lions, but it's a lack of season structure. Region 1, you have to draw a special lion license to be able to harvest a lion. Region 2, you don't get a hunt for the first half of the season, but come February 1st, you do get to hunt, but you're struggling with weather. And it's just the latter half of the season. It's not the best half. So habitually, we haven't been filling these quotas, and some really important districts to me would be like 240 and 250. 250 has a very struggling mule deer population, an under objective elk population, and a sheep herd that we may possibly lose. A big part of that is due to lions. 240 also has a declining mountain goat population. A struggling mule deer population is also under objective for elk. That being said, I'd like to maybe recommend or reconsider 250 being added to that friendly amendment that you guys were speaking of earlier, because it is, we face some pretty serious consequences and not a long ways out. They're here right now. We have struggling populations there. 250 would be a very good district. Consider putting on that list, and possibly 240 also. The current season structure right now also has a lack of opportunity. It restricts lion hunters from being able to hunt the better part of the season. It restricts guys from being able to get a lion tag for, if you're in Region 1 for maybe 5-10 years, maybe you luck out and draw a tag. So there are big problems with the current season structure that we have. That's why there is a need for revamping and making a simpler season. And then we can actually adjust notably from like Region 3 to 1 and 2 and not let our wildlife suffer. To say there's not a problem with the current season structure is just not true. We have steep, serious problems with the current season structure.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Hi, members of the commission. I'm Dwayne Hosteller with on the Montana State Hound Association Board. And I wanted to first be clear that we have always supported this motion. We were hoping there could be some changes, but we sent out an email last night that I think might have conveyed the wrong thing. We have always supported it. There's some things that we have concerns about that we were hoping you would address. I wasn't too clear, Tabor, when you specified Region 3 through 7, we're concerned if you limit those hunters that have historically been able to hunt all over eastern Montana, if you limit them to a region, we're going to have trouble meeting harvest objectives if they have to specify a tag. That, rather than now they can go from region to region, and I know that creates competition, but it also helps fill quotas. And so that is the biggest concern for region 3 through 7 hunters. Like there's like 4 hound hunters in region 7, or there might be more, but if you're going to want to kill lions in region 7, most of those lions are probably being killed by Billings hunters. So if you make them pick a region, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Like I have a business with 40 employees, and most of them are in full support of completely eradicating all lions. And with the current legislature, the way it is, how they passed the wolf stuff, which I fully support, but I'm afraid we're going to end up having a 2023 legislature going to try to impose something on us like an Idaho style season where we see our lion population get decimated. So that is my big concern for making people designate regions. I'm in region 1. So I'm full support with it for region 1. But my
So
concern
you're going to
is
have
the
to wrap
overall-
up your comments. Your time is up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers?
Madam Chairman, the members of the commission, I'm Rod Bullis with the Helena Hunters and Anglers. And the biggest concern I have is when the Helena Hunters and Anglers correspond with you. Everything that we say in that letter, we can prove, and it's not crap. So getting specific to this, the biggest concern I have as an old houndsman, and I was with the group of people that established the season structures that we have today, in particular in Region 2. But what we have right here under the unlimited special lions license, if this opens the door to being overrun again by non-resident hunters and the quota overrun as it did in the past, that's going to be right on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters?
I just want to say thank you to the commission for taking the opportunity. To what that gentleman just said, it was on them a few years ago. I remember 20 years ago when this all changed, and it changed my area forever. So we have more predators than we've ever had in our lives. Our mountain lion population is a kitten factory up in Region 1 because of concentrating on all the trophy toms. So it has changed the landscape forever. And I want there to be a healthy mountain lion population, but the only way to have a healthy mountain lion population is to also have a healthy ungulate population. And our sheep, our mule deer, our elk are all valuable. And we have the opportunity right now to create a lion season structure that when ungulate populations in the red zone and that mountain lion population is overabundant, and they've done the ecoregion study up in ecoregion 1, and FWP did a great job with that. So why don't we use those tools to create an opportunity to harvest over objective predators and create more opportunity for sportsmen to be able to feed their families? I think that this gives the commission the tools to manage lions more efficiently, and also gives the commission the ability to target these LMUs that I talked about earlier. With Montana's increase in population, we're going to have to change because mountain lion hunting is getting more popular. And Mr. Byer, I don't agree with you on one fact, and it's okay not to agree with each other. But if you have lived Region 1 special mountain lion permit and then go down in Region 2, and I'm an outfitter in Region 1 and 2, and understanding how there's 4 different lion season structures is, and what I mean by that is like the time that it takes, like there's a 5-day waiting period. There's one, it's been a mess for this whole time. And I really feel like this is the opportunity to clean this up. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further commenters?
Commissioners, my name is Justin Duffy. I'm from Livingston. In a nutshell, I do support this proposal with a few changes that I think mainly apply to regions 3 through 7. In regions 3 through 7, especially 3, which I obviously live in, we've been maintaining our mountain population about as flawlessly as I believe you could for a couple decades now. And so that this change in a system that we all think we know how this is going to play out, but none of us really do. We don't know how limiting people to just region 3 is really going to pan out. I hunt region 3, 4, 5, 6 sometimes. In regards to regions 1 and 2, I personally don't feel living in region 3 as though I should have a whole lot of say in what goes on up there. Those guys, they've been through the whole quota system that blew up. Then they went to the permit system, which region 1 biologically is, a mountain lion train wreck. So as far as that goes, I know those guys feel as though they would like a change, and I could see this working really well up there. In the majority of the state now, I can effectively hunt for 4.5 months off of our quota system, all through regions 3 through 7. That's a pretty incredible hunter opportunity, which I'm proud of as a Montanan, to live in a state with opportunity like that. Many of our regions, like in 5, 6, 7, there's a lot of quotas that the only reason they ever get filled is because of a guy like me basically just wanting to stretch his legs and go hunt somewhere else. I'll take a friend who still has a lion tag and say, hey, if you want to go hunting, I'm headed east, let's go. So I really don't feel as though limiting our resident hunters to a single region is the kind of step that we want to start taking in this state, because what's next? Don't bring your region 1 friends down to my my part of the country to hunt elk.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? Do we have anyone online who would like to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair. First, we have William Gear.
Okay.
Can you
Okay,
hear me
go ahead.
okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm again representing Hellgate Hunters and Anglers. We oppose the adoption of the Commission's proposal to restructure the lion hunting season, splitting hunters between special limited license holders and unlimited special license holders in each district for the entirety of the season. We support a continuation of the existing season structures in each region. The reason for changing our current lion season structure has not been adequately established or justified other than being the Commission's direction. Further attempts to change current season structures should be outlined and guided by biological scientific reasons and supported by a diverse group of stakeholders through a collaborative process. The valued game species that the predators are deserve no less consideration and deliberation in terms of effective, sustainable management strategies as our service species are. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Thomas Baumeister.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Thomas Baumeister again. I'm with Montana Chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We really oppose the adoption of this amended proposal. Everything has gotten so complex, as this discussion underscores. What I do know is that the tentative proposal was so complex that the department had to hold 2 listening sessions to help the public understand what the Commission adopted. Even lion hunters don't understand what's before us. We agree with Commissioner Byers and many others that this proposal is fixing something that may not be broken. The Commission already has the discretion to increase or decrease the number of lion permits if necessary. We don't need to throw out what seems to be working just fine. And we too are very tired of last-minute surprises and unnecessary complexity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Dorian Bowling.
Go ahead.
Hello, Madam Chair and all the commissioners. I just wanted to say that I support this new mountain lion season structure. I'm up in Region 1, and I believe overall it'd be more of a success to help manage the overall population of mountain lions. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair, next we have Michael Kolpel.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commission, I live here in Region 5. And over the years, and I hunt here in Region 5, needless to say, but over the years, we've seen more influx of lion hunters from other regions come in here. We've fixed the non-resident deal with the D4 license, which has helped immensely. But we also have a massive number, and I don't know if massive is the real word, but we have had a major influx of hunters from other regions. I've heard a lot of this, well, it's going to restrict me down to hunting, staying in Region 3 or 5 or wherever that is. Well, yes, it will when you want to go kill a lion. But when you want to go chase a lion, you still have that option to go everywhere else. This is a good thing for Region 5. It's going to clear up a lot of problems as we see more lion hunters on the landscape. This is going to prevent more of the people problem down the road that we see, and will also clean up the lions. This will adapt to more people taking the lions on private lands that I've heard that argument. These landowners will pick up more of the local hunters that are here to fix that problem. So I don't really see a problem, but I am in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Jeff Dara.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for this opportunity. I'm Jeff Dara, D-A-R-R-A-H. I'm the Executive Director of Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife supports the harvest of predators at a level that reduces any undue pressure on our ungulate populations. We feel that this season proposal will ensure that the quotas set by FWP will be met. Thus, like I said, we support this season proposal. We're not quite sure. I don't know if the word concerned is the right word, but I'm not sure how many non-residents will harvest lions with this season structure. We would like for the commission to take a look at that after a full season of this regulation to see how many lions were harvested by non-residents. We do support as a group that the resident and non-resident hunters have to pick a region to hunt their lions in. We think this will keep hunter crowding and the social issues that go on for chasing a track at a minimum, and it'll stop illegal shopping for open lion districts. As a game warden for nearly 30 years, I witnessed this firsthand on many occasions, fighting over tracks, fist fights, and people killing lions and not telling the truth about where they killed them. So hopefully limiting someone to a district will take care of some of those social issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no more hands raised.
Okay. Double checking, making sure that no one present would like to speak. Okay. Are there any further comments or questions? Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just want to make a couple of follow-up comments, especially with regards to my amendment. And listening to some of the public comment and thinking about the other areas that were identified as chronically under objective as far as harvest goes. My thought process was we vetted these out, and these were kind of we really whittled down the list of the main list that was in here, came up with the ones we thought were probably the highest priority areas. And that's why I proposed the 4 I did. And instead of adding more now, I think the most prudent thing to do is to if the new structure passes, is to leave these for and see if by doing this and allowing everyone to be able to hunt in these particular areas, to see if that's effective in achieving the objective. So with that, so I'm just going to suggest that I contemplated for a minute talking about adding more to it, but I think we should leave it the way it is and try to see if that will achieve what we're trying to do there, which is try to actually reach the harvest goals in those areas. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment because a number of the folks about the 3 through 7 and being able to go around. So as I understand it, you only get one license, whether it's a general license or unlimited, you only get one license. You only get to kill one lion. But you get to chase anywhere in the state. And I want to make sure that's really, really clear to the avid houndsman, because you'll still be able to do what you've always done. You're just going to select your lion in where you live. And that's at this stage of where we're at with population growth and crowding and all that. And I think somebody said, what's next, elk or that? I don't know. But we do have these concerns. You may recall in our February meeting, we heard a lot of folks come up from Region 6 and express sincere concern about the overrun of deer and elk hunters that come and just wipe out Region 6 to the chagrin of the citizens that live in Region 6. So with population comes the responsibility for this commission to try to figure out how to help people get along. And make no mistake about this, you know, people have asked for, the young man stepped up and asked about the biological reason. You already heard from the department that there is no biological reason to do this. This is a social management system. This is all about social management. Not either system, every system we have takes care of the biology. But what we do need to do is look at the social process here. And that's what we're trying to do, is manage the social system through this proposal.
So I would like to make a clarification. Region 6 deer numbers are actually up. And so sometimes it's perception, and it's a big region. So could be different areas, but was not a accurate statement, I guess. So Commissioner Byerth.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think both Commissioners Tabor and Siebel mentioned this, and I heard it in the comments as well. I think there is a need to get a commitment on the part of the department, which I'm sure is there, to evaluate the effects of this on the ground. And then, whether it's a year or two down the line, to make sure that it's working out as planned. Second part is, other than comment today, I reviewed all the comments that came in through the website and emails, of course, and letters. There's very little support of this in Region 3. And I heard very few comments to the effect that we needed this in Region 3. And I wanted to be clear. I think making changes in Region 1 and 2 are necessary, and this might just do it. It might be a great silver bullet. But again, I just want to emphasize that there's not a whole lot of public support for this down in Region 3.
Any further comments? Okay, I'm going to go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion with the friendly amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Opposed.
Okay. Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, what we have left on our agenda is items not covered on the agenda. So just a reminder that it is for items that are not on the agenda. So 2-minute time limit. Is there anyone who would like to speak?
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Director Warshak, I listened yesterday to your work session. And most of the time in that work session was related to upcoming process changes being proposed. And I have a couple of points on that. A number that was talked about of 21 days to respond versus 30. Most hunting and, hook and bullet clubs, we meet once a month, and we don't meet every month of the year. So 30, it's hard 30 days to poll our membership and to get a letter to you. 21 days would be impossible. And we want to poll our membership before we make a position. So that's just, comment, Director, for you. And then, as the chair mentioned to me, it may be for a personal conversation, but I would like to know what transparency means to you. I know what it means to me. And when I go to the department and ask a question, I expect a timely, truthful answer. So those are just the two items, the timeliness and what transparency means in this proposal for changing this process that's going to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warshak. My name is Mark Cook, and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies, and we're stationed in the Bitterroot Valley. I'd like to take a couple minutes and talk about some concerns over this new process for comments. First is new public comments discussion that we discussed yesterday. I watched the working group air some concerns that they had. We are very reluctant to support this new process based on that it will lessen the amount of time each individual is given to weigh in on comments. This doesn't seem like we're going in the right direction. Prior to this administration, the commission, senior leadership, we may have been more supportive of this new process. But to be frank with you, and I've spoken to people in the hunting community and people that are in the non-consumptive community, they don't have trust in you. And that's a sad thing to say. And I take no pleasure in saying that. I encourage you to keep the process as it is. People need the time to speak, whether they live in this state or they don't live in this state. And I'm very saddened that with this new administration, we are running into problems where people don't trust Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Commission or the department. That's not the way it's supposed to be. It's not the way it's been in the past. And I'd also like to just touch on something about grazing. I know there was a proposal forward earlier on grazing. This really doesn't have anything to do with that proposal specifically, but Wolves of the Rockies supports grazing of wildlife on public lands. But wildlife should always have the priority over livestock. The livestock community is getting upset that these animals are on private land grazing, but then we're grazing cattle on public land.
So your time is up. You need
That's
to
not the
wrap
way
up
it's
your
supposed to
comments,
be.
please.
So I encourage you to add time to the process.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? Do we have anyone online who would like to speak?
Madam Chair, we have Kara.
Okay. *6 to unmute. There we go. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you all for what you do, for being here today, and for all the hard work you do on our wildlife. I'm representing Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition, which is comprised of over 150 businesses in Park County. We look forward to participating in public comment for the 2022-23 wolf management proposal. We ask that the department and commissioners consider reinstating the 2020-21 hunting season quotas of 1 wolf in wolf management units 313 and 316, 1 wolf in each. These wolf management units are tiny, have minimal livestock presence, and are on the edge of the state near Yellowstone National Park. The quotas are essential for protecting our area's 500 million tourism economy and reducing the social strain in our human community that this past wolf hunting season brought. Reinstatement of these quotas would not impede Fish, Wildlife, and Parks' ability to meet management goals or legislative mandates. Quota-less hunting would still be available in 99.5% of the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Helena.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Director. Thank you for an opportunity to speak. My name's Helena Edelson. I'm a Montana property owner living in Gardner, the year-round gateway community to Yellowstone. I'm also with Wolves of the Rockies and the Bear Creek Council in Gardner. We need to return to a quota of 1 wolf in each of the wolf management units, 313 and 316. In the Gardner and Silvergate communities, a healthy wolf population has the highest value economically for all of the world-renowned and groundbreaking research, and because we want wild wolves in the ecosystem. I am in the park daily to see them, and your decisions directly affect my quality of life, and I am a stakeholder. Second point I have is the recently introduced unethical hunting practices. They're an exponential leap in the wrong direction, I feel. I strongly urge the Commission to prohibit these livestock producers. Biologists, ethical hunters, wildlife guides, and wildlife watchers abide by rules, yet unethical hunters do not seem to have any. And lastly, I recommend the Commission oppose trapping and snares on public lands being inexact and dangerous to non-target animals. And in closing, I ask that wolf management be based on scientific data and acceptable for all stakeholders. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Douglas Smith.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Douglas Smith and I live in Wilmington, North Carolina. I am a member of Bear Creek Council in Gardner. My comments today are in regard to the 2022-23 wolf hunting season with concerns and requests. The quota of 450 wolves for the season is too high. I ask that you return the quota of 1 wolf in units 313 and 316 near Yellowstone and the current quota near Glacier. The use of all snares, baiting, trapping, and night hunting is opposed. Since 2005, I have made 15 trips to Montana to see the Yellowstone wolves, and I will further abandon these trips unless you change your policies to ethical hunting practices. In closing, I'd like to thank Commissioners Byer and Walsh for their efforts to support early closure of units 313 and 316 at your last meeting. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no more hands raised.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask one more time for anybody present. And I guess I didn't ask the regional offices, but I figure you would have spoke up if somebody was there to speak. Okay.
Madam Chair, there's just one issue that came up in conversation, and it pertains to a later opening of turkey. I had a couple of hunters call and just say, this really affected their ability to hunt during the peak of the gobbler or peak breeding season that starts in their estimation in the first couple of weeks of April. I just promised that I would raise that, and I figured this was the time to do that. So there's some concern. It'll be interesting after the season. It's still early on in the season to see if harvest significantly changes. Just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, just want to thank you again, Becky, for everything. And thanks to all the staff for all the hard work that you put into this and to the commission. Meeting is adjourned. Oh, did you want to speak? Sorry. I can open it back.
Oh,